Chapter 51-24. It seems that the ninth wave of tribulation lightning will also be swallowed by this innate thunder source treasure. But it doesn't matter. If he doesn't dare to withstand the lightning tribulation, he still can't escape death. At most, I will take action, and send him on his way. Thinking of this, the rank 7 survivor no longer hesitated. As he muttered softly, he shook his shoulders and immediately rushed out. The power in his body was pushed to the extreme. His whole body was like a yellow lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he traversed 200 billion miles of the void and approached the hazy light curtain that enveloped Yi Xian's figure. Roar. Rumble. Perhaps it was because his heart was too agitated. At this moment, when his figure approached the hazy light screen, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared. It was like the roar of a ferocious beast, revealing an extremely domineering and powerful aura. Samus at the same time, his right arm suddenly spread out, and the rank 7 late-stage heavenly Dao cultivation in his body was fully activated. He punched at the hazy light curtain a million miles in front of him. In the hazy light curtain, Yi Xian looked over and saw a yellow-robed survivor with a fierce look in his eyes. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched. He immediately frowned. In fact, when this old guy first came over, Yi Xian had already noticed him, but he didn't pay attention to him. After all, the other party was just standing in the void 200 billion miles away, watching from a distance. Moreover, he was enveloped by this hazy light curtain. The outside world could only sense his aura, but couldn't see his figure at all. Yi Xian wasn't worried about his whereabouts being exposed. More besides, although this old guy's cultivation was not weak, reaching rank 7 of the heavenly Dao realm, he was not a star beast, but a survivor of the primordial era. Yes. For Yi Xian, there was no value in killing a survivor of the primordial era. After killing a star beast, its body would explode, and there would be an endless amount of star beast blood essence that could be used to refine star beast blood essence. However, a survivor of the primordial era was the same as a human. They didn't have the majestic star beast blood essence. Even if their bodies exploded, it would just be a flash of blood mist accompanied by energy dissipation. It wasn't that it was useless, but compared to the majestic star beast blood essence, it was not just a little bit weaker. It was on a completely different level. Again, however, Yi Xian was also a member of the human clan. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure when the blood mist of the ferocious beasts exploded. He could directly swallow it after refining it into blood essence. However, he couldn't swallow the blood mist of the human clan and the powerhouses of the remnant, therefore, he was too lazy to pay attention to this yellow-robed survivor. However, the yellow-robed survivor was acting recklessly. Taking advantage of the last and most powerful blood-red tribulation lightning in the sky, he suddenly rushed over. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. At this point, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He was too lazy to pay attention to the primeval survivors and had no interest in them, but that didn't mean that he would allow them to act so presumptuously in front of him, let alone kill him and steal his treasures. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. With a thought, he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demonic ape and directly performed the 9th transformation. With a wave of his hand, he directly removed the hazy light curtain that shrouded his body. Walala. Xiao. At the same time, the terrifying blood-red tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100 million miles also all disappeared into the Rai-D seal. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Rai-D seal that swallowed the blood-red tribulation lightning flashed and instantly turned into a purple gold light, penetrating into Yi Xian's forehead and disappeared. Look! Seeing this scene, the eyes of the 7th rank remnant who was punching out flashed fiercely, and he immediately roared, "Damn guy, hand over the thunder source treasure, or I will extract your soul." However, before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly shook violently, and he stopped abruptly with a stunned expression on his face. Even the punch that he had thrown out was forcefully withdrawn as if it was a conditioned reflex. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot due to the backlash. Looking at him now, in the line, the hazy light curtain that covered thousands of miles in the void a million miles ahead had disappeared. A violent ape appeared in the void, and its figure was only about 3 meters tall. This, 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 this. He had long believed that the existence in the hazy light curtain was a space beast. Although the violent ape that appeared now was a little small, it was indeed a space beast. The key was the cultivation aura that was emitted from the other party's body. Where was the first level of the heavenly Tao? Didn't he just break through? This should be right. Wasn't the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation descending just now? But right now, after the hazy light curtain disappeared, the aura of the starry sky violent ape that walked out of it was clearly stronger than his, and it was not just a little stronger. This was clearly a peak heavenly Tao at the level of perfection in the 9th level, and it was even to the extent that it was absolutely not someone who had just stepped into this level. Its aura was too vigorous, like a boundless abyss of stars, and it gave others an unfathomable feeling. This was definitely an experienced peak heavenly Tao. It had been a long time since it entered the Great Perfection Stage 9, but why did it only undergo the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation now? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 7th Order survivor felt his mind turn blank. He had the feeling that he had been scammed. This was a peak heavenly Tao, and he was only at the 7th level of this realm. Yet, he had actually attacked him. Furthermore, he had even wanted to kill him and snatch his treasures. He had even clamored to hand over the lightning origins or his soul would be extracted and refined. This was no different from an old man hanging himself. This was the rhythm of someone tired of living. This, at that moment, his heart was on the brink of collapse. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wished that he could slap himself a few times on the spot. It would not be enough to vent his anger if he did not draw out a nosebleed. But now was clearly not the time to be conflicted or regretful. After the hazy light curtain vanished, the starry sky violent ape that suddenly appeared in the void was less than 1,000,000 miles away from him. This bit of distance was completely negligible to a heavenly Tao realm expert. The other party seemed to be strolling leisurely in the air, but in fact, it could appear in front of him in a matter of seconds. In fact, 1,000,000 miles was clearly a close distance for a heavenly Tao realm expert. The other party could attack at any time. It was as if he was right in front of the other party, and there was no way for him to escape. Thinking of this, his body suddenly trembled. The flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably because of the monstrous fear that suddenly rose in his heart. No, with half a moment of hesitation, he immediately squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said with a fake smile, "Hee, fellow Daoist, don't be impulsive. This is a misunderstanding. This old man was just joking with fellow Daoist just now." Joking? It's okay. Yi Xian immediately sneered in his heart. The corner of the violent ape's mouth outlined a very playful smile, but it gave people the feeling that it was ferocious and ferocious. After a pause, the voice of the divine sense sounded again. "It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Daoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today?" Roar! As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was instantly pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out, "It just so happens that I also like to joke. Since fellow Daoist is in the mood, how about we have a good spar today?" Roar! As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. He suddenly roared, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. He spread his arms and punched out, boom! Rumble! Yi Xian used all the power in his body for this punch. He had just entered seclusion, allowing his true cultivation realm to enter the heavenly Tao realm. He wanted to find someone to test his skills, but now that he encountered an ignorant fellow who came to him to seek death, he naturally wouldn't be polite. His strength was too powerful, and it even revealed a wisp of violent and ferocious aura that caused others to tremble. It seemed like a simple punch, yet the rumbling it caused shook the heavens and the earth, and it was even to the extent that it surpassed the tribulation lightning from before. Wherever the formless fist passed, the void would rapidly collapse. It was simply a shocking sight, causing one to tremble in fear. "Fellow Daoist, please stop, let's talk nicely." At the next moment, the rank 7 survivor's entire body shook violently, and his expression changed drastically. He gasped as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly explained again in a panic, "It's a misunderstanding. I assure you that this is really a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, Yi Xian was completely unmoved. His eyes were extremely firm and cold, and the killing intent emanating from his body surged to the sky. He was clearly determined to kill this rank 7 survivor with one punch. Screech, "I can't accept it. Violent ape, you kill without a word. You are so cruel that you deserve to be killed." Bang! In despair, the rank 7 survivor raised his head and roared fiercely. At the same time, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. More than 90% of it poured into his life source magic weapon. In the next moment, his body exploded into a small blood mist. There was even a tiny light that was only the size of a finger in the blood mist. With a flash, it directly rushed into the void and disappeared. Life source magic weapon to send a message. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he murmured softly, "At the last moment, this 7th order remnant knew that he was going to die, but he was unwilling to give up. So, he poured most of the power in his body into his natal magic treasure. Then, he used the power of the explosion of his body to tear open the void and send his natal magic treasure into it. Only his first purpose was to send a message, and this life origin magic treasure wouldn't exist for long. His soul had already perished, and his life origin magic treasure was connected to it. Now, it was just forcefully holding on. At most, it would explode in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and then it would turn into ashes. The qi and blood of a human expert was too weak to be refined into blood essence. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to collect the blood mist that filled the air. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. Hiss! A crack was torn open in the void. It was exactly the place where the life source magic weapon of the rank 7 survivor had rushed into. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian immediately sent out a ray of divine thought and extended it along the crack, but soon he frowned. He murmured softly, "Strange, I can't track his whereabouts." Although he was a little disappointed, this was actually not surprising. After all, it was understandable that a rank 7 Heaven's Way Master had some extraordinary secret method. Although he could not find the life source magic weapon that had escaped, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. It was just a communication treasure. Since it was a remnant Heaven's Way, it must have come from a powerful star domain ruled by the remnants of the primordial era. While Yi Xian was now wandering in the fierce beast forbidden area, and the remnant star domain was basically not interested in getting involved. Therefore, even if this communication treasure reached the destination, it would not have much of an impact on him. What's more, his cultivation realm had now stepped into the heavenly Dao realm. After activating the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline ability and using the 9th transformation state, his strongest combat power was already among the best among the Heaven's Way Masters of the Great Perfection 9th stage. What was there to fear? One thinking of this, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. He turned to the void and glanced around, then waved his hand again to tear open a crack in the void. With a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the left bank of the Milky Way, in another remote area of the vast dark void ahead, hiss, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out as a crack appeared in the dark void. A figure walked out from within, and surprisingly, it was Yi Xian. The current him had already returned to his original appearance as a human, but he was still in the 9th transformation of his bloodline ability. Therefore, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was extremely powerful. Even among the peak Heaven's Way Masters of the Great Perfection 9th stage, he was definitely among the best. After leaving the place of tribulation, he did not immediately return to the right section of the left bank to take revenge. Instead, he stayed in the vast dark void in front of the right section of the left bank, but in a different place. The reason for this was that he still had one thing to do, and that was to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill. He had determined that in this primordial chaos void, any secret technique or divine ability would be suppressed by the primordial chaos Tao. It was impossible to obtain the power of the primordial chaos Tao in advance through secret techniques or divine abilities. Such as, therefore, he could only rely on his repeated breakthroughs in seclusion to allow his cultivation realm to truly step into the primordial chaos Tao realm. Although he had just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, and his true cultivation strength was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, if it were other ferocious beasts or remnant experts, it might take a long time to go from the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the ninth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, Yi Xian was different. In fact, his subordinates in the magic hall were different as well. Due to the various levels of treasured pills provided by Yi Xian, as well as top-grade cultivation resources such as the 9-color divine medicine and chaos medicine, their cultivation speed was very fast, far surpassing that of ordinary ferocious beasts and remnant experts. From the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm to the ninth stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it only took 8 small breakthroughs. To Yi Xian, it would not take too long. At that time, he would need to consume a level 31 primordial chaos pill and enter seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the refinement of the level 31 primordial chaos pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be put on the agenda. While he had not even deduced the perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill, so one could imagine how heavy the pressure in his heart was. Previously, when he was deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, he had spent an unknown amount of time. After the deduction was completed, it even attracted the heavenly Tao pill tribulation. The perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill would definitely take a long time, and the primordial chaos pill tribulation after the deduction was completed would probably be unavoidable. Yi Xian was not worried about the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Although its power was not as powerful as the real primordial chaos tribulation, it was not much weaker. To Yi Xian, it was an excellent opportunity to trick others. Reverse it was impossible to complete the deduction of the perfect pill formula for the primordial chaos pill in one go. He did not have that much time to go into seclusion for a long time, so his current plan was to implement this matter first. After he had some ideas, he could hand it over to the devouring system in his body and use all of its calculation ability to carry out the follow-up deduction. Beginning of revenge. 111 No. After a long time, Yi Xian found an abandoned star and directly entered the core of the star. He waved his hand and took out the Shenong cauldron. He restrained his aura and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately began to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Before this, Yi Xian had swallowed and refined everything from the level 1 liquid to the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. He had also carefully studied the pill formula. From the initial treasure liquid to the level 29 desolate supreme pill, Yi Xian had almost never encountered too big of a problem when deducing the pill formula. During this time, he had borrowed the secret refining method of the desolate supreme pill from the remnants of the ancients to refine the flesh medicine. Even for the level 29 desolate supreme pill, it only took him a little longer to successfully deduce it. However, when he was deducing the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, he encountered difficulties. Later, he received an unexpected reminder and added the elements of the 5 elements, which allowed him to successfully refine the level 30 heavenly Tao pill. As for the level 31 primordial chaos pill, it was obviously more difficult to deduce the pill formula. Even with the previous experience of the level 30 heavenly Tao pill, it was definitely not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Xian had always had an intuition that in the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill, other than the 5 elements, there were probably other elements that had to be added before it could be successfully refined. However, he still had no idea what this element was. This matter could not be rushed. It depended on luck. What he needed to do now was only to deduce the rough pill formula. If, today, even among the peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage, he was considered one of the best. His divine sense was so powerful that it could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body was fully mobilized. In just half a month, the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill had already begun to take shape. Yi Xian did not continue. he opened his eyes and stood up. He issued an order to the devouring system in his body, mobilizing all of the system's calculation ability, and continued to deduce with all of its might. After that, he rushed out of the Shenong treasure cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he kept it into his body and walked out of the core of this abandoned planet. Counting the time, it's been more than half a year since that battle. I wonder if the injuries of the heavenly Dao Green Eye and that three-legged golden crow have recovered. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian turned to look at the left and right banks of the Milky Way at the end of the void. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the battle that day, he had been ambushed by 33 heavenly Dao beasts. This kind of large-scale attack could be said to be earth-shattering. It was probably rare to see such a scene in this primordial chaos void. It would have been fine if he had fallen that day, but since he was still alive, then after he was done with the matters at hand, Yi Xian would definitely take revenge. Swallowing his anger was not his usual style. Of the 33 heavenly Dao beasts, 7 of them had been killed by Yi Xian. Including the primeval heaven's eye that had escaped first, there were 26 heavenly Dao beasts that had survived that battle with Yi Xian. These 26 heavenly Dao beasts came from more than a dozen vicious beast forbidden grounds. Other than the Great Desolate Forbidden Grounds, which were located in the middle and right sections of the left bank, the rest were all located in the right section of the left bank. Without a doubt, Yi Xian would visit these vicious beast forbidden grounds one by one. As for his first stop, he chose the Great Desolate Forbidden Grounds. Hiss, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared in front of him. Body with a flash, Yi Xian transformed into a 10-foot-tall stellar berserk ape. With a flash, he entered the void crack and vanished in a blink of an eye. His revenge after breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm began, in full swing. Hong, Great Desolate Forbidden Grounds. Hiss, with the sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it and descended upon the Great Desolate Forbidden Grounds. He had come with anger, but now that he had descended and surveyed the area, the scene that entered his eyes rendered Yi Xian rather speechless. In fact, at the beginning of the battle more than half a year ago, the extremely huge primitive Forbidden Grounds had completely fallen into a deathly silence. Within the abandoned stars, there was not the slightest aura of life, and not even a single ancient wild beast could be seen, although there were countless living beings in the endless sea of battleships in the vast void to the left of the stellar domain. All of them were slumped to the ground when Yi Xian arrived. Although there were signs of life that emanated, it was as though their souls had been extinguished. There were no signs of life, nor were there any signs of life. This was the result of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape casting its bloodline mystic technique, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Back then, the moment the Weeping Soul Blood Ape cast its bloodline mystic technique, countless living beings of the present world struggled and roared angrily in the endless sea of battleships. But, soon, as the roars and howls that were filled with endless indignation sounded, they slowly closed their eyes as their bodies slumped to the ground. The signs of life in their bodies seemed to freeze. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape's Weeping Soul mystic technique was extraordinary. In a short period of time, it sealed their souls, making them appear like living dead. They were worse than walking corpses. The primeval heavens I had abandoned the countless living beings of the present world from the 3 main celestial planes, leaving them in the Great Desolate Forbidden Grounds as bait to attract Yi Xian's arrival. That being said, the 9 stars of the immortal Sky End Palace, the Temple of Glory, as well as the hundreds of barren supremacies and barren supremacies from the former First Universe, as well as the Blood Wyrm, Blue Rock, Warrior Lion, Imji, Raging Bull, Golden Hawk, Colored Python, Voracious Wolf, and Tree Sprite from the Second Universe, along with the barren supremacies and barren supremacies from the 9 races. However, the star fortresses where the important figures were standing were all pulled by an invisible force and rushed out of the endless ocean of battleships into a space crack. Then, they entered the parallel space where the green eye of the primeval age of heavenly axiom was in seclusion. From the primeval heaven's eye's point of view, they clearly still had some value, which was why he left some of his elites behind. Together with the ancient pharaohs that had followed him for countless years, they were taken into the parallel void. Later, when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon the great desolate forbidden grounds, he did not make a move against the living beings in the endless sea of battleships. After the primeval heavens I fled back to his lair, he predicted that Yi Xian would eventually come knocking on his door. After entering the parallel void, he immediately went into seclusion to heal his wounds. At the same time, he issued an order to the other 9 heavenly beasts under his command to take in the sea of battleships left in the void of the great desolate forbidden grounds, as well as the living beings of the present world sleeping within, into the parallel void. This matter was completed in a short period of less than 10 days after the return of the Heaven Dao's azure eye. From that moment onward, the primeval forbidden grounds only existed in name, and the entire forbidden grounds was simply like an empty city. Moreover, this situation had been going on for more than half a year, until today, when Yi Xian arrived and descended upon this place. It was still the same. The entire great desolate forbidden grounds had now been completely transformed into an empty city in the great desolate forbidden grounds. Above, when Yi Xian arrived last time, he could at least see a sea of battleships spread out in the void. However, this time, there was nothing but abandoned stars floating in the void, without a single breath of life. Obviously, the primeval heavens I had predicted that Yi Xian would definitely come and take revenge, so he had already moved everything away before he arrived. He was afraid that he would not return in a short period of time. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to stay here any longer. The enmity between him and the primeval heavens I would be completely resolved one day, so there was no need to rush now. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He waved his hand, tore open a crack in the void, and left. Chapter 51-25. Right section of the left bank, Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. Among all the forbidden grounds on the left bank of the Milky Way, the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds could only be considered average. It didn't even make it into the top 100. The strongest person guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds was a starry sky blood rock. Its cultivation level was at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. It was one of the 33 Heavenly Dao beasts that had besieged Yi Xian. Apart with this starry sky blood rock, one of the 5 Heavenly Dao beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds had also participated. Now, this fellow was also in the Forbidden Grounds. Until as for the other 3 Heavenly Dao beasts of the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds, one had gone out to visit a friend, while the other had entered seclusion in a parallel void. Therefore, there were a total of 3 Heavenly Dao beasts guarding the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. Other than the late-stage Starry Sky Blood Rock at the 7th stage, the other 2 were ferocious beasts, but their cultivation levels were only at the mid-stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. Big after the battle half a year ago, the Starry Sky Blood Rock had been in a constant state of anxiety. It didn't even dare to appear in the Forbidden Grounds. It entered the parallel void to recuperate and lie low. But now that more than half a year had passed, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had yet to arrive. There was no news of him in the entire left bank of the Milky Way. The Starry Sky Blood Rock was relieved, believing that Yi Xian had returned to the right bank of the Milky Way and had no intention of taking revenge. After thinking about it carefully, this was reasonable. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had a powerful cultivation level, even the 3-legged golden crow, which was ranked 10th among the Heavenly Dao beasts on the left bank, was severely injured by his sky-falling arrow. But, he was only one person after all. Could it be that he dared to challenge the entire left bank? Right because of this thought, the Starry Sky Blood Rock walked out of the parallel void in seclusion a month ago and returned to the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. It was certain that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would not take revenge for the battle back then. Rip. Ching, a crisp sound of cloth tearing sounded as a void rift appeared in the Blood Rock Forbidden Grounds. A violent ape, which was about 10 feet tall, walked out with an unruly expression. Blood Rock, come out and die. Walala. As soon as his figure appeared, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense spread out immediately, resounding through the entire void. At the same time, the figure of Bao Yuan also disappeared in his mind, but there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void where he originally stood. Violence, the ape's figure collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void of the universe, exuding a boundless bloody intent. Roar. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. Positive they were Yi Xian's 3 blood sea clones. The aura of the 3 clones was at the perfect rank 9 of the Heavenly Path realm. They were 3 powerful experts at the peak of the Heavenly Path realm. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, they could set off a bloody storm wherever they appeared at the same time. Now, they suddenly appeared in the Blood Rock Forbidden Ground star region, causing the entire star region to fall into a dead silence. An invisible aura of panic quickly spread in the star domain. Everyone trembled as if doomsday had arrived. It could be said that the wind was howling and the crane was howling. As their figures appeared, the 3 blood sea clones immediately raised their heads and let out a furious howl. The ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline was activated. 3 The power in the blood sea clone's body instantly surged like a roaring river. Endless murderous intent surged out from their limbs and bones. They quickly gathered together and merged into their backs. In the blink of an eye, in the void, the 3-headed and 6-armed demonic ape true body had appeared, looking down on all directions. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the demonic ape true body appeared, the berserk ape flipped his hands. In an instant, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. A ray of light shot out, and the Shinong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black stick was held upside down by his right hand. While the Shinong cauldron was not summoned. The black fog clones did not stop. Swoosh! Walala! In an instant, a ray of light shot out from between the black fog clone's eyebrows. It expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a vast 9-colored sea of flames. In an instant, it condensed to the extreme and turned into a huge 9-colored ribbon. A few after winding and circling, it had already wrapped around the black fog clone's body in less than half a breath. The 2 ends of the ribbon poked out in front of the black fog clone's chest like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It could burst out at any time and devour everything. As for the skeleton clones, this time, they did not use the fallen sky bow. They only clenched their fists, but the aura they emitted was so fierce that it made people's courage shatter. The current Yi Xian, even when facing the peak Tiandao of the 9th stage Great Perfection, did not need to use the fallen sky bow at all times to form a deterrent. His strongest battle prowess was already one of the best among the peak heavenly Dao of the 9th stage. This although there were currently 3 ferocious beast heavenly Daos in the Blood Rock Forbidden area, even the strongest of them, the Starry Sky Blood Rock, was only at the late stage of the heavenly Dao realm at the 7th step. It was far from having the qualifications to make Yi Xian use the fallen sky bow. In an instant, Yi Xian's strongest form condensed. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was so terrifying that the void trembled slightly. There seemed to be a faint buzzing sound. The entire Blood Rock Forbidden Land was dead silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were trembling. Although they wanted to escape, they could not move at all. Ruthless. 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 At this moment, violent howls that shook the heavens suddenly sounded out from the depths of the Forbidden Land ahead. 3 fine lights shot out violently from the limits of one's field of vision and stopped abruptly 50 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian. They were precisely the 3 heavenly beasts led by the Starry Sky Blood Rock. Fellow Daoist, in the battle that day, I was persuaded by them because I was hot-headed. Now that everything is in the past, I wonder if the old enmity can be resolved. Along with the appearance of his figure, the voice of the Starry Sky Blood Rock instantly sounded out. He lowered his posture and carried a trace of begging. If it can be resolved, then feel free to raise any conditions. I will surely satisfy them. Fellow Daoist, in the battle that day, I was persuaded by them because I was hot-headed. Now that everything is in the past, I wonder if the old enmity can be resolved. The voice of the Starry Sky Blood Rock sounded out from 50 billion kilometers away. He lowered his posture and carried a trace of begging. So long as the old enmity can be resolved, then feel free to raise any conditions. I will surely satisfy them. You'll satisfy any request? Fellow Daoist is indeed sincere. In that case, I won't be polite. Hearing this, the violent ape smiled and nodded. Halfway through his words, he suddenly changed the topic. What I want is your life. Whoosh! Before the voice fell, teleportation had already been launched. The devil ape's figure appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. The skeleton doppelganger punched out, and the violent ape swung the big-headed black stick above his head and smashed it down. Screech! The black fog doppelganger moved at the same time. The spirit source core suspended above the sea of consciousness in his brain rotated faster and faster along with the circulation of the spirit source core. In the end, a small spirit bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of spirit source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like a dense and heavy silk, carrying the shadow of a battle spear, rumbling forward. Screech! 3. The great demon body attacked at the same time, and even the spirit attack secret technique, the annihilation spear, had been blasted out. Faced with all this, the starry sky blood rock was caught off guard. It was too late for him to teleport away. As his eyes were about to split open, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, but it couldn't change anything at all. He was already destined to die on the spot. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. The annihilation spear instantly pierced through the starry sky blood rock's huge body. Immediately after, the skeleton doppelganger's huge purple gold fist smashed down with incomparable force. A thunderous boom rang out in the sky. He had no time to react at all. He merely raised his head and let out a sky-shaking roar. Then, Pang Da's gigantic body instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Then, with the whistling of a strong wind, the black fog doppelganger waved his hand immediately. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the black fog doppelganger's body. It was absorbed into the black fog doppelganger's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. From there, the blood essence condensation began. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in a flash. Yi Xian attacked without saying a word, and his attack took a life. He was so fierce and ruthless, and his cultivation was so powerful and terrifying that the other two heavenly beasts were immediately dumbfounded. They stood in a daze and fell into a daze. In reality, even if they wanted to escape, they didn't have the slightest chance. At such a close distance, it was as if a mid-stage heavenly Dao expert was defenseless against an existence at the peak of the heavenly Dao. Boom! Rumble, Kacha. After a slight pause, Yi Xian attacked again. This time, he attacked separately. The black fog doppelganger activated the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his brain. His spirit power was fully activated, and he used the spiritual lightning technique. A crisp sound of ripping cloth that caused one's heart to be alarmed rang out. A blood-red lightning bolt suddenly appeared above the head of a mid-stage heavenly Dao expert. It was 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and its speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to raise his head to look. This lightning bolt had already smashed down and directly split open his head. After he fell, his body exploded with a boom, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. As for the other mid-stage heavenly Dao, the devil ape personally rushed over. The skeleton clone continued to throw out a punch and smashed it into the ape's chest. The violent ape clone, on the other hand, swept the black cudgel horizontally and directly shattered the mid-stage heavenly Dao's head. Without any suspense, the massive body exploded with a boom. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the black fog doppelganger waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist from the explosion of the two heavenly Dao ferocious beasts swept over and was absorbed into the black fog doppelganger's body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. At this time, among the 5 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding the blood rock forbidden land, other than the 2 old fellows who had not returned from visiting friends and had entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion, the 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, including the starry sky blood rock, had all fallen in a short period of time. First previously, Yi Xian already had 25 heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed 3 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and refined the majestic blood mist after their bodies exploded, he had obtained another 3. If, at this time, the total number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had already reached 28, and he was not far from 30. And this was only the beginning. There were still more than 10 ferocious beast forbidden lands to be visited. If there were no accidents, the number of ferocious beast blood essences in Yi Xian's hands would most likely reach 50 after this revenge operation. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, even Yi Xian could not help but feel a little excited. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech, shaking the entire blood rock forbidden land. Countless ferocious beasts of the forbidden land prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly as they trembled. As a forbidden land with 5 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding it, the number of desolate venerable old monsters in the blood rock forbidden land was obviously not small. However, Yi Xian no longer had much interest in hunting desolate venerable realm ferocious beasts. It was fine if he encountered them in the battle and killed them along the way, but if he deliberately stayed here and killed them one by one, he really had no interest in that. Hiss, as he moved, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. Yi Xian did not release the true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He only shrunk to a size of about 100,000 feet. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body turned into a ray of light and entered the crack in the void, disappearing. There were still more than 10 ferocious beast forbidden lands to be visited. He had to rush there without stopping because everything that happened in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land would soon spread out. If he was late, the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in those forbidden lands would all enter the parallel void and hibernate. Even Yi Xian would not be able to trace them. Hong, the desolate forbidden land was located in the middle section of the left bank, near the border area of the right bank. Therefore, Yi Xian rushed over from the desolate forbidden land and began his revenge operation from the left side of the right bank. Blood the Forbidden Land was the first stop. It was located on the left side of the right bank, not far from the middle section of the left bank. Such as today, after leaving the Blood Rock Forbidden Land, Yi Xian rushed to the second target from the left side of the right bank. The ferocious beast Forbidden Land closest to the Blood Rock Forbidden Land was called the Purple Marten Forbidden Land. As the name implied, the strongest person in this Forbidden Land was clearly a Starry Sky Purple Marten. The Starry Sky Purple Marten's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. It was known for its speed. If the Elephant Fox Marten had not entered the Origin Nest Star, the Heavenly Dao Fei Core would be the best supplement for the Elephant Fox Marten. Hiss, a ripping sound could be heard as a void crack appeared in the periphery of the star domain of the Purple Marten Forbidden Land. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it stopped abruptly in the star domain's void outside the crack. Hua, it was a 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape. It was none other than Yi Xian. At the next moment, the god of slaughter descended. An invisible pressure spread out. The entire Purple Marten Forbidden Land was in an uproar. Purple, there was a total of 6 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Purple Marten Forbidden Land. Their strengths weren't bad and were rather formidable. But now, there were only 2 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts residing in the Forbidden Land. 4 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts had entered into seclusion in a parallel space. Whereas, these 2 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that resided in the Purple Marten Forbidden Land had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian. Besides the Starry Sky Purple Marten that was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm, there was another Starry Sky Bear that was at the 4th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. Supposedly, this Starry Sky Bear was extremely loyal to the Starry Sky Purple Marten, and it had accompanied the Starry Sky Purple Marten for many years and obeyed its every command. At this moment, along with Yi Xian's arrival, he walked out from the spatial crack. As soon as he appeared, he was in his strongest form as a 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape. The invisible pressure that suffused his body was terrifying to the point of being horrifying, and it instantly caused the entire Purple Marten Forbidden Land to be in an uproar. Roar! Roar! Roar. In the next moment, the three devil bodies raised their heads and roared furiously at the same time. Their figures that were originally 30 kilometers in size had instantly expanded explosively, and they reached a distance of 5,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. They lay across space like a reincarnated fiend god that looked down upon the world. For the uproar in the distance instantly stopped, and it became deathly silent. Without exception, all the ferocious beasts in the countless forbidden grounds on the abandoned stars within the purple marten forbidden land kept silent like cicadas in the winter when they heard the furious roars of the three devil bodies. Swish. Same. At this moment, an imperceptible violet beam of light suddenly shot out from an abandoned star in the distance. It was faster than a bolt of lightning as it shot out of the forbidden grounds on the right. Clearly, it intended to escape. The commotion of tearing through space was too great, and it required a certain amount of time. If it teleported, there would be spatial fluctuations, and it would be impossible for it to escape the violent ape's eyes. This violet marten relied on its speed to restrain its aura and transform into an extremely weak violet beam of light that shot out. It intended to flee far away before teleporting. In fact, it had nearly succeeded. If it were any other Heavenly Dao Realm expert, even if they were at the peak of the Heavenly Dao Realm at the great perfection of the 9th stage, it would probably be very difficult for them to detect the existence of this weak violet beam of light. Not only was it fast, but it also did not produce any spatial fluctuations when it shot out. It could be said to be completely undetectable. Unfortunately, Yi Xian possessed mental strength. His mental strength was the same as the biological frequency of the Zerg. There was no way to sense it. When used for investigation, it could detect weak fluctuations that even divine sense could not detect. At the instant of its arrival, Yi Xian's divine sense had already enveloped the entire violet marten forbidden land. His formless mental strength also extended out at the same time, so he instantly sensed the abnormality. An extremely deep buzzing sound sounded. In the middle of Yi Xian's brows, the demonic soul pupil quietly appeared like a third vertical eye. It emitted a hazy light that seemed thin, but it instantly spread out and enveloped the entire star domain. Front and the right, the fleeing starry sky violet minx figure instantly revealed itself and was exposed. Stop him. At the same moment the figure appeared, a divine sense voice suddenly sounded from the weak violet beam of light. It was filled with fear and uneasiness, as well as sternness. Roar. Front A figure rushed out from an abandoned planet to the front. It was 50 million kilometers long, and it was none other than a violet marten forbidden land bear. Its cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. This violet marten forbidden land bear seemed to be unafraid of death. In order to protect the violet marten forbidden land bear's escape and buy time, it charged out of the abandoned planet with all its might and charged straight for Yi Xian. You are rather loyal. If that's the case, this lord will do as you wish. Feeling provoked, Yi Xian was enraged. As his divine sense voice sounded, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The violet marten forbidden land bear tightened its grip on the big-headed black cudgel and instantly charged forward. Rumble, bam. The skeleton avatar punched out as the violet marten forbidden land bear's big-headed black cudgel came crashing down. There was no need for the black fog avatar to do anything as the violet marten forbidden land bear was killed in one strike. Its body exploded into a majestic blood mist that spread out. No. It was only at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. It had just entered the middle stages of the realm. It was not Yi Xian's match at all. Whoosh. The wind howled as an invisible force swept out, sucking in the majestic blood mist that spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was sent into the cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. You won't be able to escape. After doing all of this, Yi Xian turned to look to the right. Without any hesitation, he immediately teleported. Whoosh, a weak sonic boom sounded. With his terrifying cultivation level at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, even if the violet marten forbidden land bear was one step ahead of him and was known for its speed, Yi Xian could only teleport once with all his strength. He had already caught up to the violet marten forbidden land bear, who was 50 billion kilometers behind it. Swish, at this moment, the black mist clone made his move. The spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind began to spin faster and faster along with the circulation of his mental energy. In less than 10 breaths of time, a small spiritual beam formed from the compression of a large amount of spiritual origin energy shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an extremely dense and heavy thread, carrying the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech, feeling that his aura had been locked onto, and that there was an incomparably clear light approaching from behind at an incomparably fast speed, the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear, who was escaping at full speed, trembled violently as it raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar, revealing an endless sense of unwillingness. At this moment, he seemed to have used some kind of bloodline secret technique. His cultivation was fully activated, and his originally extremely fast speed suddenly increased by a large amount. Boom! Pfft! The invisible spiritual spear chased after him. It was originally aimed at the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear's head, but at this moment, under the sudden acceleration of his body, it pierced through his abdomen with a loud bang. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a bloody hole was pierced through the Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear's abdomen. A purple liquid that was like a large river gushed out and stretched across the void. Heavenly Dao origin purple liquid? Seeing this scene, the violent ape's eyes flashed as he subconsciously muttered softly. Heavens, the heavenly Dao origin liquid was extremely precious. Even the bodies of sentient ferocious beasts did not have it. Only the incarnation of the heavenly Dao of a great world would spurt it out when it was heavily injured, just like the origin blood essence of a ferocious beast. First, Yi Xian had already obtained 2 types of heavenly Dao origin liquid. One was the heavenly Dao green liquid, which came from the primeval heaven's eye, and the other was the heavenly Dao black liquid, which came from the 3-legged golden crow. No thinking that this Violet Marten Forbidden Land Bear was also the incarnation of the heavenly Dao of a great world, and now that it was heavily injured by Yi Xian, although it did not die, it spurted out a stream of heavenly Dao purple liquid like a large river. Yi Xian naturally would not miss such a good thing. With a flash of dark light in his eyes, the black mist avatar immediately waved his hand. Huff, walala, along with the howling of the wind, there was a strange splashing sound in front of him. A stream of purple liquid that was like a large river rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the body of the black fog avatar and disappeared. Since you are already seriously injured, why are you still struggling? After all this, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he looked forward, a cold voice suddenly came out. Today, you will definitely die. Since you are already seriously injured, why are you still struggling? After taking the heavenly Dao origin purple liquid that was like a large river into his body, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he looked forward, a cold voice suddenly came out. Today, you will definitely die. Xiao. Before he finished speaking, he had already activated the power in his body and directly teleported. This time he was even closer. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles behind the Violet Marten Forbidden Land. Without hesitation, the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately punched out. At the same time, the violent ape's big-headed black stick was also raised high and smashed down fiercely. Bang! A loud sound came out. The purple-gold giant fist of the skeleton avatar blasted on the Violet Marten Forbidden Land's body, and the big-headed black stick just smashed its head open. This Ben, the severely injured Violet Marten Forbidden Land, had no time to react at all. It couldn't even raise its head and let out a shocking roar. Pang Da's entire body that was thousands of miles long instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that spread rapidly. Very quickly soon, the sound of the wind whistling sounded. The black mist avatar waved its hand immediately, and a majestic invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the Violet Marten Forbidden Land swept over and absorbed it into its body. It sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and started the blood essence condensation. Until, at this moment, without exception, the 2 ferocious beasts that resided in the Violet Marten Forbidden Land had perished. First, before this, Yi Xian already had 28 heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had killed 2 heavenly Dao beasts, he had refined the boundless blood mist from their bodies after they exploded and obtained 2 more. Thus, at this moment, the total amount of heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession had already arrived at an enormous amount of 30, and it was delightful. Based on the time, less than a day had passed since he left the first stop, the Blood Rock Forbidden Land. So, the news of everything that occurred there ought to not have spread. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He tore open a spatial rift with a wave of his hand, and then his figure flashed into it and left. As for the direction he was heading towards, it was still towards the right side of the left bank. The next stop was adjacent to the Violet Martin Forbidden Land, and it was called the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. The strongest expert that resided in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land was a Red Refinement Star Python. This Red Refinement Star Python was one of the 33 Heavenly Tao Realm ferocious beasts that participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian. Another Heavenly Tao ferocious beast had gone with him to the Red Refinement Forbidden Land, but it had been annihilated by Yi Xian at that time. The Red Refinement Star Python's cultivation wasn't weak. Just like the starry Violet Martin in the Violet Martin Forbidden Land, it was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, and it was only a single level away from the peak of the Heavenly Tao. The Red Refinement Star Python was just like the Heavenly Tao Azuri, Three-Legged Sun Crow, and starry Violet Martin. It was once a manifestation of the will of the Heavenly Tao of a large world. But later on, that large world called Red Refinement collapsed and was devoured by the boundless turbulence of space. Since after that, the Red Refinement Star Python led all the generals under its command into the primordial chaos, and it established the Red Refinement Forbidden Land until now. Over the years, the number of Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land had slowly accumulated. Now, there were as many as 7 of them. But now, there were only 2 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land. The other 5 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts were either out or in a parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. They were not in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. This of the 2 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land, one was a Red Refinement Star Python, and the other was also of the Star Python bloodline. However, it was completely black and shimmering. It was called the Black Jade Star Python. This Black Jade Star Python's cultivation level was not weak. It had just broken through to the 7th level of the Heavenly Tao realm not long ago, and now, it had entered the late stage. Dang, by the time Yi Xian rushed to the Red Refinement Forbidden Land, another day had passed. The news regarding the changes in the Blood Rock Forbidden Land and the Violet Martin Forbidden Land had just reached here. Rip. At this moment, a crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded. A void crack suddenly appeared in the periphery of the Red Refinement Forbidden Land, and then a ray of light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it stopped abruptly in the void of the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. In the void, a demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms could be seen. It was Yi Xian. As soon as he arrived, the invisible pressure in his body instantly spread out, making the entire Red Refinement Forbidden Land tremble. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. All the ferocious beasts in the entire Red Refinement Forbidden Land were mostly star pythons of different bloodlines. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the invisible terrifying pressure spread out. In the huge Red Refinement Forbidden Land, countless star pythons in the abandoned stars suddenly flicked their tongues uneasily. An incomparably weak hissing sound rang out. There were too many of them, covering the sky and covering the earth as they converged together, forming an incomparably strange sound. It entered one's ears and made one's hair stand on end. However, Yi Xian did not react at all. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies. They seemed to have sensed something, and they looked at the void on the left side at the same time. In the darkness of the void in this direction, there were 2 incomparably huge star pythons slowly meandering out of the void. They were as huge as stars. One was covered in red scales, and the other was like black jade, glowing with black light. The former's cultivation was stronger, reaching the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao. It was the strongest in the Red Refinement Forbidden Land. It was one of the 33 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, the Red Refinement Star Python. Yi Xian had never seen the other one before. It was as black as ink and glowed like the top black jade. Its cultivation was at the 7th level of the realm. Fellow Yi, I have been waiting for you for a long time. As the figure appeared, the black jade star python did not make a sound, but the red refinement star python that was wandering in front immediately transmitted a voice through divine sense. Fellow Yi, the matter of Gu Shuepeng and the purple marten in the Forbidden Land has already spread. Originally, I planned to escape and lie low for a while. But on second thought, the old grievances have to be resolved. It is useless to delay, so I decided to stay. I think Fellow Yi can see my sincerity. His words were clear and sounded sincere, but Yi Xian was unmoved. Whether the truth was as he said, that he had taken the initiative to stay in order to resolve the old grievances, or that the news had just spread, and they had no time to escape, for Yi Xian, the result was the same. That was, the 2 star pythons in front of him must be killed today. However, regardless of whether it was true or false, since the other party dared to say such words in front of him, it was obvious that he had some confidence. Yi Xian wanted to see what he could do to move him, so he didn't make a move immediately. But, without making a sound, the 3 demon bodies coldly stared at the red refinement star python, and the pressure in their bodies gradually became stronger. Fellow Yi, you don't have to be suspicious. Today, I took the initiative to stay here and did not leave. I am indeed very sincere. Seeming to feel that the pressure in Yi Xian's body gradually became heavier, the red refinement star python that was hundreds of billions of miles away did not keep him in suspense anymore. He hurriedly continued, if I am right, your real purpose of visiting the forbidden land of the fierce beasts this time should be to get the original liquid of the natural way, right? I was also the incarnation of the natural way of a macro world. In order to resolve the old grievances, I am willing to give you the original liquid of the natural way of the natural way. I wonder if you can accept it. Chapter 51-26. Fellow cultivator, you don't have to be suspicious. Today, I took the initiative to stay here and did not leave. I am indeed very sincere. Feeling the gradually dignified pressure in Yi Xian's body, the red refined star python did not dare to keep him in suspense. He hurriedly continued, if I am right, your real purpose should be for the heaven path original liquid, right? I was also the incarnation of the will of the heaven path in the big world. In order to resolve the old grudges, I am willing to give you the heaven path original liquid. I wonder if you can accept it. Dao original red liquid? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. It was not because he heard about the origin red liquid, nor was it because this red refined star python was once the incarnation of the will of the natural way of a big world. Instead, it was because the other party was so sure that he visited the forbidden grounds of the ferocious beasts on the left bank and right bank for the origin red liquid of the natural way. In fact, Yi Xian did not do this for the heaven path original liquid at all. He was completely angry in his heart. He wanted to vent his anger and collect the heaven path blood essence on the way. But since the other party had this guess, it was obviously not without reason. Also, in other words, this so-called heavenly Dao origin liquid probably had some sort of secret that the current Yi Xian didn't know about. This immediately caused him to develop a strong interest in this matter. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a dark light flashed within the violent ape's eyes. Yi Xian's voice instantly sounded out, in that case, could it be that the so-called heavenly Dao origin liquid has some sort of special secret? In that case, why don't you tell me in detail? You are not here for the red liquid? As soon as he finished speaking, the red refined star python was startled. Then, its face suddenly changed. Before it finished its words, it suddenly let out a terrifying roar, screech, rumble. At the same time, the huge body of the red refined star python also retreated quickly like a red lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. Not only him, but the other dark jade star boa, whose cultivation base was at the 4th level of the heavenly way, also did the same. It abruptly retreated to the left. This scene once again surprised Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the middle stage ink jade star python that was only at the 4th step. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body directly chased after the scarlet refined star python that was retreating explosively. Needless to say, this red refined star python was worthy of being an existence of the 8th order of the heavens. It was not far from the peak of the 9th order of the heavens. Now that it had fully activated its cultivation base, its speed was extremely fast. Xiao! Boom! With a flash of cold light, Bao Yuan immediately made his move. The big-headed black stick that was originally behind him was raised above his head. He held the stick in the middle and threw it with all his might. It shot out like a spear. Sharp and extremely sharp sound broke through the air. A black light traversed the void at lightning speed and caught up with the red refined star python in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the middle part of the python's body. A red liquid as red as fire poured out from the python's body and spread across the void. Heavens! Dao source red liquid. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. The black mist clone immediately made a move, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force swept out. In the blink of an eye, the boundless red liquid that was like a large river was swept over and absorbed into his body. Bang! At the same time, as the big-headed black stick flew back and fell into his hand, Demon Ape Yuan also pushed the power in his body to the extreme and directly activated teleportation. Xiao! With a whistling sound, Demon Ape Yuan appeared out of thin air. The big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand smashed out immediately, and the giant purple golden fist of the skeleton avatar also blasted out. Crack! With a crisp sound, a thunderbolt exploded above the severely injured red refined star python's head. A crimson lightning with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles struck down, instantly making his body spasm. Before the red refined star python could recover from this spiritual lightning, the big-headed black stick and the giant purple golden fist of the skeleton avatar had already blasted down at the same time. Its huge body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was absorbed into the body of the black mist avatar in the blink of an eye. After all this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and looked at the black refined star python on the left side that was rumbling away. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the voice of divine thoughts suddenly came out. You can't escape. Xiao! Before the voice had died away, the 9 colored ribbons entwined around the huge body of the black fog doppelganger had already shot out. It was so fast that it was as agile as a giant python in the starry sky. Like a dazzling waterfall, it expanded in the wind and turned into a vast and endless 9-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye. It penetrated diagonally and directly cut off the path of the black jade star python in front. You have got the natural way red liquid. I am not the incarnation of the natural way of the big world, and I don't have the natural way red liquid in my body. Why are you still chasing me? As the sea of flames filled the sky, the ink jade star python that was shooting in that direction came to an abrupt stop. It turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Its eyes flickered with a dark light, and the voice of its divine sense was instantly transmitted over, because I can refine your fleshly body into a heavenly Tao blood essence. Yi Xian's heart was suddenly relieved. He immediately sent out a voice transmission. The next moment, he had already arrived in front of the black refined star python. This time, he didn't even use his skeleton avatar. He only swung the big-headed black stick, which instantly blasted the huge body of the black refined star python into a cloud of blood mist. Xiao, xiao. With a whistling sound, the 9-colored flame sea instantly condensed and turned into a 9-colored ribbon again, which wrapped around the huge body of the black mist avatar. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the black refined star python was collected by the fierce ape and sent to the Shenong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Previously, Yi Xian already had 30 natural way blood essences in his hand. Now, after killing 2 natural way beasts, he took the blood mist after their bodies exploded and started to condense them. In this way, the total number of natural way blood essences in his hand had reached 32, but everything was not over yet. Although the 2 natural way beasts in the red refining forbidden area had been killed, the doubts in Yi Xian's mind had not been solved. First, when he killed the red refined star python, he didn't hold back at all. The opponent was a rank 8 natural way. Even if he left a wisp of soul, it would be difficult to find anything. But this black refined star python was different. He was just a rank 4 middle natural way, and his aura was not very stable. Obviously, he had just broken through. Not long ago, he was just a rank 3 early-stage natural way. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, he was more confident to search his soul. Because of this, Yi Xian intentionally held back when the big-headed black rod struck out. Now that the blood mist had been absorbed into the violent ape's body, there was still a strand of remnant soul in the air. It was precisely left behind by the ink jade star python. With a wave of his hand, the wisp of soul that had lost consciousness was directly rolled up by the fierce ape. Then, he immediately extended his powerful divine sense into it and started the soul search with all his strength. In a short time, he got the result, which made Yi Mao's body tremble violently, and his eyes burst out with splendor. Shio. With a faint sound of breaking the air, the fierce ape suddenly waved his hand, and the wisp of soul that had lost consciousness in the void in front of him was directly rolled up. Then, Yi Xian immediately extended his powerful divine sense into it and started the soul search with all his strength. In just a short time, he got the result he wanted, which made Yi Mao tremble violently, and his eyes burst out with splendor, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Previously, he was worried that this dark jade starboa did not know the secret of the origin liquid of the natural way. But after hearing what it said before it died, he suddenly felt relieved. After the soul search, Yi Xian finally understood everything. The reason why he was so surprised was that this discovery was very likely to be helpful for him to deduce the perfect formula of the level 31 primordial pellet. First, previously, when he was deducing the perfect formula of the primordial pellet in the vast dark void in front of the right section of the left bank, Yi Xian had a strong intuition that the refining of the primordial pellet was very likely to be more complicated. In addition to the 5 elements guiding agent added when refining the level 30 primordial pellet, there were most likely to be other factors added. Now, it seemed that this intuition should be correct. In addition to the 5 elements guiding agent, the other elements needed to be added in order to refine the level 31 primordial pellet were very likely to be related to the origin liquid of natural way. The origin liquid of natural way was extremely extraordinary, and it had nothing to do with cultivation strength. Even if it was a peak way of natural at the peak of rank 9 or a primordial fierce beast with an extremely special bloodline, if it was not the incarnation of the will of natural way of a macro world, there would be no origin liquid of natural way in its body. In other words, the origin liquid of natural way was related to the heavenly Tao of a macro world, and these macro worlds were all created by the chaos demon gods that were born in the primordial era. Although there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial era, these chaos demon gods were the favorites of the primordial era. The primordial era opened new epochs time after time, and the 3,000 chaos demon gods were born so that they could be spread out like seeds of chaos. The primordial era hoped to give birth to a supreme existence in the primordial era. Once it appeared, it meant that the entire primordial era would transform, and the opportunity to step into a higher level of the primordial era would appear. Because of this, after these chaos demon gods were born from the nests, they would possess the primordial era cultivation after the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of the macro worlds they created naturally contains some primordial era energy. Known many years ago, there was once an outstanding expert of the primordial era who became interested in this matter. He tried to collect some origin liquid of natural way and started to research it based on the primordial era's secret refining method. Most after that, this remnant expert finally obtained something. He announced that he could use 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids to refine a type of treasure liquid. After swallowing this treasure liquid, it would be beneficial to peak heavenly Tao stage 9 great circle heavenly Tao cultivators who wanted to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. This kind of treasure liquid was called the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid. Every single one of them. The refining of a portion of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid required 9 different kinds of origin liquid of natural way. This ancient and mysterious expert of the primordial era had limited ability and could not collect too much origin liquid of natural way with his own strength. However, he did need to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid to break through to the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he announced that whether it was the expert of the primordial era or the ferocious star beasts, as long as they could bring 9 different kinds of origin liquid of natural way, he could refine the heavenly great Tao treasure liquid. However, he had to take half of the refined treasure liquid as a reward for refining. This matter happened millions of years ago and once caused an uproar on the left bank of the Milky Way. The turmoil lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless ferocious star beasts and experts of the primordial era fell because of it. But in the end, there were some powerful experts of the primordial era who had stepped into the great perfection stage heavenly Tao. They collected enough origin liquid of natural way and asked the mysterious expert of the primordial era to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid. The exact number was unknown, but it was certain that the ancient expert of the primordial era in the demonic wolf forbidden land was one of them. It was after that time that the ancient expert of the primordial era in the demonic wolf forbidden land left and sought a place to break through to the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Until now, he had not returned, except, apart from him, there were also some ferocious star beasts and primordial era experts of the primordial era who disappeared on the left bank of the Milky Way at that time. Since then, there had been no news of them. Presumably, like the expert of the demonic wolf forbidden land, they had obtained some of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid and sought a place to cultivate in seclusion. Among them, this included the mysterious and ancient expert of the primordial era. Every time he refined a furnace of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid, he would take half of it as a reward. No matter how many furnaces were refined in total, there was no doubt that he had the most primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid in the entire left bank of the Milky Way. Just as he was because of this, he left even more carefully. There was no news of him overnight, and no one knew where he went. It was said that even in the primordial era where he was, no one knew about it. After this person left, the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid was lost on the left bank of the Milky Way. For millions of years, although there were countless experts of the primordial era who were good at refining the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid, no one was able to refine it. The reason why the red refined star python, which was killed by Yi Xian just now, believed that Yi Xian visited the primordial era's great Tao treasure places one after another to collect the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid was because there was a rumor in the outside world that Yi Xian had refined the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid and was now preparing to refine the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Everything could only be said to be a freak combination of factors, but it inadvertently helped Yi Xian and pointed out a possible useful way for him. Otherwise, if there was no chance, who knew how long he would have to wait to know about the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid? Those ancient experts are really not simple. They can think of such a way to steal a wisp of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid and use it to help break through this realm. The primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid is indeed feasible. After understanding everything clearly, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of dark light, and Yi Xian's murmur also sounded, clearly showing a touch of unstingy appreciation. This was also a kind of enlightenment for him, but this information was obviously not enough. It would be best if he could understand the general refining method of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. In this way, when Yi Xian introduced this element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial era's great Tao treasure pill, it would be more smooth and convenient, and he could take fewer detours. This matter is not urgent. Go back to the ancestral star field of the ancient and mysterious primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. As for now, naturally, it was still according to the original plan. It just so happened that he could collect a few more types of primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Xiao. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a spatial rift and immediately stepped into it, leaving far away. The Milky Way star domain was very vast, and the two sides of the Milky Way were incomparably long. Although Yi Xian's goal this time was only the right section of the left bank, in fact, with his current peak heavenly Tao cultivation at the peak of the 9th step, if he were to traverse the void with his physical body, it would take at least 7 days to travel from the leftmost end of the right bank to the rightmost end of the left bank. From this, it could be seen how long the right bank of the Milky Way was. Calculating the time, it had only been 2 days since Yi Xian left the Blood Rock Forbidden Area. Although the changes in the Blood Rock Forbidden Area and the Violet Martin Forbidden Area had already spread, it had not yet been known to all of the Vicious Beast Forbidden Area and the Remnant Star region on the right side of the left bank. In front of him was the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, which was adjacent to the Red Refining Forbidden Land. Yi Xian left the Red Refining Forbidden Land and took less than half a day to arrive here. After walking out of the spatial rift, he immediately rushed forward and rushed into the interior of the astral thunder forbidden land star domain. There were 6 heavenly Dao fierce beasts in the astral thunder forbidden land, but there was only one guarding the forbidden land. The other 5 heavenly Dao fierce beasts were all in seclusion in the parallel void. The one guarding the forbidden land was a thunder ape. Its cultivation level was at the 5th level of the heavenly Dao realm. Among the 6 heavenly Dao fierce beasts in the astral thunder forbidden land, this thunder ape happened to be the only one who had participated in the battle to encircle and annihilate Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian had come at the right time today, because soon, 2 of the 5 heavenly Dao fierce beasts that had entered the parallel void would come out of seclusion. At that time, this thunder ape would enter seclusion. If Yi Xian had just arrived, he would probably not have been able to touch it. Roar! Just as Yi Xian rushed into the astral thunder forbidden land, a shocking roar came from the depths of the star domain in front of him. A figure walked out of the void and rushed over with large strides. It was none other than the 5th level thunder ape. Although the thunder ape's cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the heavenly Dao realm, its body spanned 80 million kilometers, making it rather rare. Due to the lightning attribute in its bloodline, this lightning ape's temperament was also extremely violent. Otherwise, seeing a pinnacle great perfection 9th level heavenly Dao descend with such murderous intent, if it were any other 5th level heavenly Dao, they would probably have turned tail and fled at the first moment. One with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he could instantly kill this middle stage thunder ape with a single strike. However, because he didn't know if this thunder ape was once an incarnation of the will of the heavenly Dao from a large world, in other words, he couldn't be sure if he had the heavenly Dao origin liquid in his body, so Yi Xian didn't plan on exploding it with a single punch. Otherwise, if he were to instantly kill it, even if this thunder ape had the heavenly Dao fierce beast's heavenly Dao fierce beast, it would not be able to pour out due to its instantaneous death. Instead, it would explode with its body, turning into a bloody mist that would dissipate. The heavenly Dao fierce beast's heavenly Dao fierce beast would only surge out when the embodiment of a great world's heavenly Dao was severely injured. Rumble, in a blink of an eye, both parties were already within 50 million kilometers. The violent ape did not hesitate at all as it immediately raised its big-headed black cudgel and smashed out. However, it did not use its full strength for this strike. Otherwise, the cudgel would have directly blasted the thunder ape into a bloody mist. Bam! Roar! The ape's temperament was unyielding and brutal. Half of his body was destroyed by this strike, but he still let out an earth-shattering roar with a hint of defiance. But however, there was no heavenly Dao origin liquid in the void. Only the faint golden blood was splashing in the air, spraying everywhere. A wisp of disappointment flashed through Bao Yuan's eyes when he saw this. Yi Xian's voice sounded out with boundless coldness, "Since that's the case, you can die now." Bang! With a bang, the big-headed black stick smashed into the thunder ape's huge body. The already heavily injured thunder ape had no time to react. It didn't even have the chance to raise its head and roar. Pang Da's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that quickly spread out. Phew! In an instant, the howling of the wind rang out, and the black fog body waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible chi whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the thunder ape's body. It was absorbed into its body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Since he was not the incarnation of the heavenly Dao will of the great world, he did not have the heavenly Dao origin liquid in his body. Naturally, there was no need to waste any more words with him. Not after tying everything up, Yi Xian's divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire vast thunder astral forbidden area. After confirming that there was not a single heavenly Dao beast's aura left, he immediately turned around and tore through the void to leave. And, at this time, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had already reached a total of 33. In the next 10 days or so, Yi Xian walked and killed all the way, successively visiting 5 forbidden zones. In these 5 forbidden zones, he killed a total of 15 heavenly Dao beasts, so the total number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands was now 48. Unfortunately, among the 15 heavenly Dao beasts that were killed, none of them were the incarnation of the heavenly Dao will of the great world, so there was no heavenly Tao origin liquid in their bodies. This made Yi Xian quite disappointed, and at the same time, he also realized the difficulty of collecting this heavenly Tao origin liquid. By now, the news of Yi Xian's revenge and massacre in the right section of the left bank had already spread throughout the entire right section of the left bank, causing a shocking uproar. However, there were too many forbidden zones in the right section of the left bank, including the remnant star domain. Yi Xian did not visit them one by one, and it was impossible for him to do so. That would definitely cause a shocking commotion, and the consequences would be unpredictable. The forbidden zones that he visited were all related to the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation. There were a total of more than a dozen forbidden zones, and in each forbidden zone, at least one heavenly Tao beast had participated in the encirclement and annihilation. Of these dozen forbidden zones, only 3 forbidden zones had not been visited, including the Golden Crow forbidden zone where the 3-legged Golden Crow resided. Yi Xian had put that place last, which meant that before he went to the Golden Crow forbidden zone, there were still 2 forbidden zones that he had to visit. Of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian, apart from the 7 that had been killed on the spot, there were only 4 heavenly Tao beasts that had not been dealt with, excluding the 3-legged Golden Crow and the primeval Heaven's Eye. The 4 heavenly Tao beasts were in the next 2 forbidden zones. One forbidden zone had 3 heavenly Tao beasts, while the other only had 1 heavenly Tao beasts. The Blood Elephant forbidden zone was one of these 2 forbidden zones, and it was the forbidden zone that had 3 must-kill targets. After dealing with the 3 heavenly Tao beasts in the Blood Elephant forbidden zone, of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian, only 3 were left, including the primeval Heaven's Eye and the 3-legged Golden Crow. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore open a spatial rift and stepped into it, heading towards the Blood Elephant forbidden zone in front of him. Today, the news that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had wreaked havoc on the left bank and right bank, and had visited more than 10 forbidden zones in less than a month had already spread in the left bank and right bank. But, the Blood Elephant forbidden zone was located at the right end of the left bank, close to the vast dark zone at the end of the Milky Way's right bank. Thus, the news had just spread here, and at this time, Yi Xian had also just arrived. There were only 5 heavenly Tao beasts in the Blood Elephant forbidden zone. Originally, these 5 heavenly Tao beasts just happened to be guarding the forbidden zones, but when they heard that Yi Xian was wreaking havoc on the left bank and right bank, the 2 heavenly Tao beasts that had nothing to do with this matter immediately entered a parallel space to cultivate in seclusion, as if they were afraid of being implicated. It was not that the 3 old fellows below did not want to leave, but the 5 of them had already reached an agreement that one of them had to stay behind to guard the forbidden zone, so that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would have a target to vent his anger on when he descended. Otherwise, he would definitely descend again in the future. The one who came down was undoubtedly destined to die, but the other 2 might be able to escape this calamity, so this was the best way to deal with it. At the very least, these 3 heavenly Tao beasts had acknowledged this. However, the 3 of them could not come to an agreement as to who would be left behind to bear the lightning. While, at this moment, Yi Xian had already descended, in the outer space of the Blood Elephant forbidden zone, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared. Immediately after, the 3 6-armed demon apes in their true forms rushed out of the crack, and Yi Xian rushed out in his true form. His body was originally only around 10,000 zhang in size, but after rushing out of the spatial crack, he rapidly expanded in size, and in just half a breath's time, he had already reached 10 million li in size. The peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao aura spread out in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire Blood Elephant forbidden zone and locking onto the auras of the 3 heavenly Tao beasts. Damn it, how did he get here so quickly? It's too late. Fellow Daoists, this old man will take his leave first. Why should you leave? This venerable one doesn't want to stay behind either. Roar, seeing Yi Xian suddenly descend without any warning, these 3 heavenly Tao beasts were caught off guard and instantly lost their footing. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. As they spoke, they immediately waved their hands to tear open a spatial crack and escape into the parallel space to seek refuge. How could they still regard these three mid-stage heavenly Dao beasts with such hasty and flustered expressions? Even Yi Xian was rather speechless and rolled his eyes. There's no need to argue. Since this venerable one has already descended, the three of you don't even think about leaving today. Screech, as soon as the voice of knowledge fell, the black fog clone of the three demon bodies had already raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the spirit source core suspended above the sea of knowledge in his mind began to operate rapidly once again. An invisible wave of spirit energy instantly radiated out like a tsunami, completely enveloping the three heavenly Dao beasts in an instant. The black fog clone had indeed used a spirit energy secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear, nor was it the spirit lightning technique or the spirit reversal technique. Instead, it was the spirit crush. The spirit crush was a secret technique that used spirit energy to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit energy was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. However, this kind of spirit energy secret technique had a certain limitation. If one's cultivation base was too close, the effect would not be good. However, the three heavenly Dao beasts in front of them were only mid-stage heavenly Dao beasts of the 4th and 5th stage. With Yi Xian's current peak heavenly Dao cultivation base at the peak of the 9th stage, there was no suspense at all when he suddenly moved and instantly suppressed them. At this moment, as this spirit energy completely enveloped the three heavenly Dao beasts, who were about to escape, all of their bodies inexplicably froze, and their consciousness instantly fell into a trance. As if they had been bewitched, their eyes were filled with confusion and sleepiness. It was at this moment that the violent ape made its move, whoosh. Shoulder with a shake of its head, the three-headed, six-armed devil ape instantly closed in. Without any hesitation, it raised its big-headed black cudgel high up and directly smashed it at the three heavenly Dao beasts. Of course, it still did not use its full strength. Otherwise, the cudgel would have blown all of them up. Poo! Poo, pu, an incomparably dull thud sounded, mixed with the extremely clear sound of bones shattering. Under the might of this cudgel, the three heavenly Dao beasts, who had fallen into a trance, were completely unprepared. At the same time, they were heavily injured and vomited blood. Half of their shoulders collapsed, and their precious bodies cracked. Although precious blood splattered out, but not a single drop of heavenly Dao origin liquid could be seen. Very obviously, these three fellows were not the embodiment of the heavenly Dao's will of the great world. Yi Xian's efforts were in vain. Thinking about it, ever since he obtained the river-like heavenly Dao origin red liquid from the red refining forbidden area 10 days ago, although Yi Xian consecutively killed more than a dozen heavenly Dao beasts, he did not obtain a single drop of heavenly Dao origin liquid. This time, because there were 3 must-kill targets in the blood elephant forbidden area, Yi Xian more or less had some hope. However, the result was still the same, and it was truly regrettable. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately felt an unknown fire in his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he no longer hesitated. The violent ape continuously waved the big-headed black cudgel in its hand and smashed it down ruthlessly. Chapter 51-27. Bam! 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 Loud bangs sounded one after another as the big-headed black cudgel struck the 3 heavenly Dao beasts' massive bodies. The trio's consciousnesses were still in a daze due to the psyche suppression. Before they could react, their massive bodies exploded one after another, transforming into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly dispersed. Phew! Although they were not the embodiment of the heavenly Dao's will of a great world, they did not have the heavenly Dao origins liquid in their bodies. However, they were still 3 heavenly Dao realm astral beasts. The blood mist that exploded from their bodies was not to be wasted. Black the Fog Avatar immediately waved its hand, and a gust of wind howled as a boundless and invisible force swept up the 3 clouds of blood mist and absorbed them into its body. At that moment, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands finally broke through the 50 mark, reaching a whopping 51. This was not even counting the few pills he had swallowed earlier to forcibly break through his cultivation base. Every single one of the heavenly Dao blood essences represented a powerful heavenly Dao realm fierce beast. 51 of them meant 51 heavenly Dao fierce beasts. Even Yi Xian was moved when he thought about it. So it turned out that so many heavenly Dao fierce beasts had unknowingly fallen into his hands. If news of this were to spread, it was unknown how many cosmos experts would be frightened out of their wits. Of the 33 heavenly Dao beasts that participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, 30 had been killed. The final 3 targets were the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had entered the parallel void ahead of time. The second was the strongest expert in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the 3-legged Golden Crow. The final target was the demon runic ghost demon of the Ghost Demon Forbidden Land. This demon runic ghost demon was his next target. After finishing it off, Yi Xian could return and head for the Golden Crow Forbidden Land located in the middle of the left bank's right bank. The Ghost Domain Forbidden Land wasn't considered very powerful on the left bank of the Milky Way. At the very least, it was far inferior to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land presided over by the 3-legged Golden Crow. However, because the creatures gathered in this forbidden area were somewhat different, the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area was very special. Not to mention the survivors of the primordial era, even some fierce beasts were unwilling to set foot in this place. The strongest experts presiding over the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds were 2 ghost imps. These 2 ghost imps were at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. And the one that participated in the siege of Yi Xian was only one of the 2 ghost imps. Within the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, there were only 2 late-stage 7th-order ghostly immortals guarding it. In addition, the so-called fierce beasts of the Forbidden Grounds were all resentful spirits, evil spirits, or existences like souls. In fact, although the ghost demon was also a kind of living creature, it was not completely a living creature of flesh and blood. The existence of this kind of living creature was between a soul and a living creature of flesh and blood. It was quite special. It was because of the special bloodline of these 2 ghost immortals that they could be regarded as both living beings of flesh and blood, as well as soul-form beings such as vengeful spirits and evil ghosts, that all of the so-called fierce beasts in the forbidden area were soul-form beings such as vengeful spirits and evil ghosts. Soul-form beings were basically filthy and evil creatures of the world. With so many vengeful spirits and evil ghosts gathered together, over time, it imperceptibly affected the environment of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, causing this vast star domain void to be gloomy all year round. Not only did the survivors not like it, but even the fierce beasts of the starry sky were quite disgusted. Therefore, the entire Ghost Region Forbidden Land, including its star area, was empty and silent for a long time. It was rare to see the figures of the remnant experts or ferocious beasts in this place. It was like a vast ghost region in the starry sky. Since Yi Xian was wreaking havoc on the left bank and right bank, the 2 7th-order ghostly immortals in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds naturally knew about it. A day ago, the 7th-order ghostly immortal that had participated in the siege of Yi Xian had entered a parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. This was clearly the rhythm of a temporary retreat. It did not dare to face Yi Xian's arrival. Until, as for the other ghost demon, it remained in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds. Over the past half a month, although the master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had been massacring more than a dozen fierce beast forbidden grounds on the left bank and right bank, these fierce beast forbidden grounds were all places where heavenly Dao realm experts had participated in the siege of him. Although Yi Xian had indeed killed some of the heavenly beasts that hadn't participated in the encirclement and annihilation of him in these dozen or so forbidden areas, it was only because of the conflict that these innocent heavenly beasts were affected every time. In the opinion of the 7th-order ghostly immortal that remained in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, the other ghost immortal that had participated in the siege of Yi Xian had already fled in advance and did not remain in the Forbidden Grounds. Even if the master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian, were to descend, there was no reason for him to start a war. Naturally, there was no possibility of him being implicated. Selah, after waiting anxiously for 2 days, the crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the outskirts of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds. A void fissure appeared out of thin air within the star domain forbidden grounds without any warning, imperceptibly exuding a domineering aura. Someone who dared to be so rude as to tear through the void and descend into the forbidden grounds naturally could not be anyone else. The master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had finally descended. At this moment, the ghost immortal that remained in the forbidden grounds felt relieved, but it immediately tensed up again. He felt relieved because after waiting for 2 days, the other party had finally arrived. Following that, he immediately tensed up again because the other party had arrived, but would it be as he had guessed? Seeing that the other ghost immortal was not here, he would immediately turn around and leave. Although he had some confidence in his heart, he was not very confident. Whoosh! With apprehension, the ghost immortal's figure flickered and rushed out of the abandoned planet where the cave mansion was located. His entire body turned into a blue light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he came to an abrupt stop in the void hundreds of billions of miles in front of Yi Xian. This ghost immortal was not small, at least tens of thousands of miles long. When he stood up, his appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. He looked somewhat similar to the desolate ancient Yiksha, but he did not have the pair of flesh wings on his back. His body was between flesh and blood and an energy soul body. He did not have hair, his skin was blue and black, and looked somewhat dry. There were some blood-red demonic patterns on his surface. His claws were extremely sharp, presumably incomparably sharp, and his bloody mouth was full of fangs. It was a ghastly sight. However, although his appearance was incomparably ferocious, and looked even more terrifying than the evil ghost, at this time, facing the rude arrival of Yi Xian, this ghost immortal did not have the slightest temper, and was extremely respectful and humble. The moment he came to an abrupt stop, his face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. His voice was dry and hoarse, but his voice was deliberately soft and gentle. Slightly bowing, he cupped his hands to Yi Xian and said, "This must be fellow Daoist Yi from the Magic Hall Forbidden Area on the right bank. This king is Meng Qi, one of the 2 7th-order ghost immortals guarding this ghost immortal forbidden area." Meng Qi's voice suddenly stopped, and after a short pause, he continued, "This king has already known everything that fellow Daoist Yi has done recently in the right bank of the left bank. Today, you have come to my ghost immortal forbidden area for the other 7th-order ghost immortal guarding here. To tell you the truth, this person is called Meng San. More than half a year ago, he was indeed tricked into participating in the encirclement and annihilation of fellow Daoist Yi, but he has already repented. Although he hurriedly returned half a year ago, he quickly turned around and left, saying that he was going to find a secluded place to reflect on his mistakes. Before leaving, Meng San asked this king to tell fellow Daoist Yi that if fellow Daoist Yi comes in the future, he wants this king to apologize on his behalf. When he comes out of seclusion in the future, he will definitely go to the Magic Hall Forbidden Area on the right bank and personally offer a humble apology to fellow Daoist Yi. Although this matter has nothing to do with this king and that Meng San come from the same large world, and this king is the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of that large world. Meng San is also considered this king's subordinate, so if you think about it carefully, this king is not completely without responsibility." At this point, the smile on Pei Qi's face became even uglier. The corners of his mouth had already curled up to the back of his ears, revealing a hint of flattery. However, that bloody mouth full of fangs really made Yi Xian feel disgusted. This king will definitely punish him later and urge him to personally go to the Magic Hall to ask for forgiveness. At that time, I hope that fellow Daoist can give this king a short life. Seeing that he has repented, I can spare his life. Spare his life? You are quite considerate of your subordinates. You can't even save your own life, but you still want to plead for mercy for others? After Wu Qi finished speaking, the eyes of the 3 demons, who had been coldly watching him, suddenly flashed with a cold light. Immediately after, Yi Xian's divine sense sounded out, "You dare to show off in front of me with such a little trick? You really don't know what's good for you. He really deserves to be killed." Roar! With a furious roar, Yi Xian's figure flashed and suddenly shot out, boom! Pfft! Yi Xian suddenly attacked and instantly appeared in front of Pei Qi. Pei Qi was caught off guard and did not expect him to be so decisive. He immediately attacked at the slightest disagreement. Pei Qi's expression changed greatly and he immediately pulled back, but he was still half a step too late. With just one punch, Pei Qi's chest caved in and he was seriously injured. A stream of blue liquid gushed out like a river, causing Yi Xian's eyes to instantly light up. Since Xiao San was not here, he was too lazy to make a move, but this Pei Qi thought that he was smart, and his words just now made Yi Xian extremely unhappy. More importantly, this old fellow actually took the initiative to say that he was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of a large world. This was simply courting death. Even if Yi Xian did not intend to make a move, he would not let go of this opportunity after hearing this. This punch was also because he had held back. Otherwise, it was very likely that this punch would have directly blown Pei Qi to pieces. For example, today, he was heavily injured, and the surging blue liquid that was like a large river gushed out, causing Yi Xian to be incomparably happy. The black mist clone immediately waved its hand, and an invisible force swept out, absorbing all of the heavenly law origin blue liquid into its body. Roar, crack. At the same time, the violent ape raised its head and roared. The big-headed black cudgel was like a giant pillar that held up the sky, smashing directly toward Pei Qi's head. The black fog clone once again activated the spirit source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a thunderbolt exploded above Pei Qi's head, and a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles appeared. He was an existence that was between a physical body and an energy soul, so he was very afraid of lightning and had the effect of restraining it. Now that the spiritual lightning technique was used, the blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles struck from the top of his head, instantly making him dizzy. No. By the time Pei Qi came back to his senses, the big-headed black cudgel had already smashed down. Bang. A loud sound was heard as the big-headed black cudgel landed squarely on Pei Qi's huge body. Pei Qi, who was already seriously injured, did not have time to react. His whole body instantly exploded into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Whoosh! As the wind whistled, the black fog clone immediately waved his hand and an incomparably majestic invisible force whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist and sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. At this point, Yi Xian had one more heavenly Tao blood essence in his hands. Previously, he had 52 heavenly Tao blood essence, but now he had 53 heavenly Tao blood essences. Not after this battle, he originally wanted to leave, but after the power of his divine sense spread out and scanned the entire gloomy ghost region forbidden area, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although that old guy Pei San had escaped into the parallel void like the primeval heaven's eye and would not appear in a short period of time, just killing Pei Qi was not enough to deter him. It just so happened that the abandoned stars in the ghost region forbidden area were full of resentful spirits and other energy souls. He could use them as a blood sacrifice for the withered demon blade. Withered demon blade. The withered demon blade was Yi Xian's weapon, but ever since he entered the primordial void, to be precise, ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, the withered demon blade had rarely been used. Bao the same went for the indestructible nirvana armor and the small private warship void-breaking shuttle. Matter in fact, these three weapons, armor, and battleship had all reached the rank of Starry Sky Supreme Treasure after being refined multiple times by him. But although Starry Sky Grade Treasures and Desolation Grade Treasures were both called Supreme Treasures, Starry Sky Grade Treasures were refined in the current era, while Desolation Grade Treasures were ancient existences that had experienced the accumulation and baptism of countless years. Although both were Supreme Treasures, Desolation Grade Treasures were still stronger than Starry Sky Grade Treasures. Since after Yi Xian stepped into the immortal realm, these three weapons, armor, and warship, were no longer suitable. The power of the weapon was not sharp enough, the defense of the armor was not enough, and the small private warship, void-breaking shuttle, was also useless. Its speed was not as fast as Yi Xian's ability to tear through the void or traverse it with his body. This was indeed a pity. When Yi Xian thought about it occasionally, he felt a sense of regret. But he was not in a hurry, because if he encountered an opportunity in the future, these three weapons, armor, and warship could continue to be refined, and their grades and power could be improved again. For example, the 4 war charms that had been integrated into the 4 heavenly kings' bodies were like this. For a period of time, Yi Xian had put them aside because they were useless. But after being refined again, and with the help of the kinetic energy within the war charms, they seemed to have regained their vitality and were still powerful today, and now, the opportunity to refine the withered demon blood blade had arrived. Here the blade had been refined 6 times by Yi Xian and consumed a lot of resources and energy. After the last refinement, the shape of the withered demon blood blade had obviously changed dramatically. Here previously, it was a sword. Now, it was a blade. Moreover, it was a glossy, and ferocious supreme demonic blade that was covered with fine blood patterns. After the last refinement, the withered demon blood blade inside the blade had been in a deep sleep. Now, it must have awakened. This time, Yi Xian was going to refine the withered demon blood blade for the 7th time. If nothing unexpected happened, once the refinement was successful, the withered demon blood blade's grade would be upgraded from the current starry sky grade to the desolation grade. And because there was a blade spirit inside the blade, the refinement of the withered demon blood blade would be reflected in 2 aspects. First, the refinement of the withered demon blood blade would be upgraded. These 2 things could only be done separately. And the first thing to be done was obviously the former. Withered demon blood blade. While muttering, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, a black light rushed out of his body and expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a glossy, ferocious and domineering supreme demonic blade that was covered with fine blood patterns. Here. It was his starry sky grade weapon, the withered demon blood blade. Roar! As soon as the withered demon blood blade was taken out, the blade trembled violently. An earth-shattering roar came from it, and a ferocious aura filled the sky. It was as if a demon had awakened and was about to devour someone. Don't be impatient. Today, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. After comforting it, Yi Xian waved his hand again. In an instant, more than a dozen fine lights shot out. They were all kinds of top-grade metals that he had collected in the Hongmeng Void over the years. They were the best materials to refine the withered demon blood blade and improve the quality of the weapon. First, after the preparation work was completed, Yi Xian immediately activated the forging system attached to the devouring system. Soon, the withered demon blood blade and more than a dozen kinds of supreme starry sky grade metals were taken away by the system. They turned into fine lights and entered Yi Xian's body. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. The 7th refinement of the demonic blood star Tears sword has begun. Progress 1. It finally began. Yi Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. His heartstrings were inexplicably tight. From the beginning to the end, although his weapon, armor, and battleship had been fused many times, there had never been a failure. So far, the withered demon blood blade had succeeded 6 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the greater the possibility of failure. Similarly, the further the fusion went, the greater the loss for Yi Xian. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After all, he had not used the forging system for a long time. It felt a little strange, whoosh, when the 7th refinement of the withered demon blood blade began. Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly arrived at the central area of the ghost region forbidden area. He directly sat down cross-legged in the void. On the one hand, he was waiting for the result of the refinement. On the other hand, he was sitting here to deter the countless resentful spirits, ghosts, and other energy souls in the abandoned stars in the ghost region forbidden area. They were waiting for Yi Xian to complete the 7th refinement to be used as a sacrifice for the withered demon blood blade. He could not let them escape. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Yi Xian suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. At the same time, the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The 7th and 8th refinement of the withered demon blood blade had finally been completed. Congratulations to the host. The 7th refinement of the devil blood star Tears sword has been successfully completed. You have obtained the treasure, the withered demon blood blade. Grade, Antiquity Supreme Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfect. Sure enough, after the 7th fusion, the grade of the withered demon blood blade, which was originally a starry sky treasure, finally increased once again, reaching the level of a primordial treasure. Even for the current Yi Xian, it was still suitable. However, it was obviously not enough to only upgrade the quality and grade of the blood blade. In order to make the withered demon blood blade reach its peak, the life level of the withered demon blood blade and the blood blade had to undergo another transformation. But, this kind of transformation could be completed through a large-scale blood sacrifice. Whoosh! After calming down his excited state of mind, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a blood-red light shot out. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-black demonic blade. It was tens of thousands of miles long and looked extremely ferocious. It was surrounded by a blood-black demonic fog, exuding a murderous aura. It could be said to be extremely ferocious. Hiss! The blood blade was launched and shot toward an abandoned star in the depths of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area. The huge blade immediately let out a shocking roar, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Hiss! The black demonic fog that swirled around the massive blade rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying demon god that was over 10 million miles in size. It stood on its hind legs and looked extremely ferocious. As it sucked, it instantly sucked in the countless resentful spirits, ghosts, and other energy souls on this planet. It chewed and swallowed like a whale swallowing the sea. Blood, the blood sacrifice, began. Roar, hiss, 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 hiss. This scene was so frightening that it even frightened all the resentful spirits and evil ghosts in the ghost domain. Countless evil spirits roared and shrieked crazily in the deserted stars, showing endless despair and fear. At this moment, the entire ghost domain forbidden area was filled with ghosts and demons. It was like a real ghost domain. Whoosh! After circling, the withered demon blood blade changed direction and rushed to the second abandoned star in the blink of an eye. The ferocious withered demon blood blade, which was tens of thousands of miles long, raised its head and roared, opening its bloody mouth again. Yi Xian did not pay attention to all this. He sat cross-legged in the void again, waiting for the blood sacrifice to end. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, the entire forbidden ground had turned into a true astral ghost domain. Countless demons and devils roared, but they couldn't change anything. In the end, they were all devoured by the withered devil blade spirit inside the withered devil blood blade. Since it was a forbidden area, and the strongest people guarding it were 2 7th-level heavenly Dao realm ghost demons. Then, there would naturally be a primordial supreme in the ghost domain forbidden area. This matter in fact, it was true. There were more than 20 desolate supremacy-level demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area. As for the primordial supreme level experts, there were nearly 100. There were also countless universe realm demon spirits and demons below the primordial supreme level and immortal level demon spirits and demons. It was fine if they were below the primordial supreme level, but the withered demon blood blade was only at the early primordial supreme level. There were nearly 100 primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area. The withered demon blood blade strength was obviously not enough to devour the primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons. However, with Yi Xian guarding it, none of this was a problem. These primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons did not dare to resist at all. Even more, besides, after the 7th refinement, the withered demon blood blade's grade had skyrocketed to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. It just so happened that the withered demon blood blade needed a huge amount of energy to nourish itself. After the countless demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area were devoured by the withered demon blood blade, their energy was all sent to the withered demon blood blade. At the same time, the withered demon blood blade absorbed and refined this energy, and then fed it to the withered demon blood blade, increasing its cultivation at a terrifying speed. This was a perfect virtuous cycle. It was enough to absorb and refine all the soul energy of the countless demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area. Whoosh! Dang! After 2 days, when everything was over, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. After devouring all the demon spirits and demons in the ghost domain forbidden area, the withered demon blood blade returned to Yi Xian's glabella as a thin beam of light. Is it over? At this moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes and muttered softly. At the same time, he stood up from the void. With a flip of his hand, the withered demon blood blade appeared in his hand again. At this time, Yi Xian was in his human form, so the withered demon blood blade was only 10 feet long. However, it was taller than him. It was blood-black in color and covered with obscure demonic patterns. It looked extremely ferocious. Boom! With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian raised his right arm and slashed forward with the blood blade in his hand. He did not use any of his own strength in this attack. He only raised the blood blade and slashed. Rumble, an earth-shattering roar was heard instantly. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The power of this attack was indeed astonishing. It was just a slash from a distance, but an abandoned star hundreds of billions of miles away exploded into a cloud of cosmic dust. It was as if a star had self-destructed. This was only the power of the withered demon blood blade's own domain. When Yi Xian slashed out with this attack, he did not pour his own strength into it. If he did, the power would be even more astonishing. That is, even if he was now a peak heaven's way at the great circle of the 9th rank, such a terrifying withered demon blood blade was definitely enough to use. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart surged. This weapon had been with him since the beginning. Later on, because of its lack of power, it had been put aside for too long. Now that it had been refined for the 7th time, it could finally come out again and accompany Yi Xian to conquer the starry sky. Screech, as if it felt the excitement in Yi Xian's heart, and as if it was satisfied with the power of this attack, the withered demon blood blade inside the blood blade also let out an earth-shattering roar at this moment, revealing endless joy and ferocity. Can't wait anymore? Well, it's time to go to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. With a smile on his face, Yi Xian turned his hand and put away the blood blade. Then, he waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. His figure flashed and stepped into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Next stop, the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Chapter 51-28. For nearly a month, Yi Xian had been killing non-stop on the left bank and right bank. Although it was tough, his harvest was amazing. For example, today, he already possessed 53 Heavenly Dao blood essences and 5 types of Heavenly Dao origin liquids. He got the Heavenly Dao green liquid from the primeval Heaven's Eye. He got the Heavenly Dao black liquid from the 3-legged golden crow. He got the Heavenly Dao purple liquid from the starry purple mink. He got the Heavenly Dao red liquid from the red serpent. Finally, he got the Heavenly Dao blue liquid from the ghost mandrill 7. For example, in addition to this, the withered demon blood blade had also completed its 7th refinement, as well as a large-scale blood sacrifice. Now, its power had skyrocketed, and its grade had also risen to the level of a primordial treasure, allowing the current Yi Xian to use it to kill his enemies. As for the 33 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that had participated in the encirclement half a year ago, he had killed 30 of them. The remaining 3, the primeval Heaven's Eye and the ghost mandrill 7, had fled into the parallel void to seek refuge. While Yi Xian was rushing to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land for the last target. That target was the 3-legged golden crow. Unlike the ancient demon bug in the Demon Bug Forbidden Land, which had left a long time ago to seek a place to break through to the primordial Dao realm. Putting aside the strong people of the remnant people, among all the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that had appeared on the left bank of the Milky Way, the 3-legged golden crow was ranked 10th in strength. Although it was said that he was defeated by Yi Xian half a year ago and escaped with serious injuries, but that was only because he was suppressed by the heaven-falling bow. He did not really fight with his own strength. Therefore, even if he lost that battle, it only meant that Yi Xian had made a name for himself on the left bank. It had no effect on the 3-legged golden crow's ranking among the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts on the left bank. The ferocious beast Forbidden Land guarded by the 10th ranked Heavenly Dao ferocious beast was naturally not weak. Its overall strength could be imagined. The Golden Crow Forbidden Land, where the three-legged Golden Crow lived, was also ranked 10th among all the ferocious beasts on the left bank of the Milky Way. It was the same as the three-legged Golden Crow's ranking among the ferocious beasts of the heavenly law. In fact, just by thinking about the overall strength of the primitive Forbidden Lands, one could roughly guess the situation of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Including the primeval Heaven's Eye, there were originally 11 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. Of course, only 9 were left now. The blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast had fallen. When they first had 11 heavenly law ferocious beasts, the great desolate Forbidden Land was only ranked around 40 or 50 among all the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands on the left bank. From this, one could see how strong the Golden Crow Forbidden Land was. Tiancheng, there were more than 20 heavenly law ferocious beasts in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. However, not all of the 20 heavenly law ferocious beasts were presiding over the Forbidden Lands. Some were out visiting friends, while others entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. There were only about 10 of them that usually stayed in the Forbidden Lands. Among the 20-plus heavenly law ferocious beasts, the one with the strongest cultivation level was the three-legged Golden Crow. He had stepped into the peak of the heavenly law realm at the 9th stage perfection stage a long time ago. The Golden Crow Forbidden Land only had one peak heavenly Dao at the 9th stage perfection stage. Apart from the three-legged Golden Crow, the strongest existence in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land was at the 7th stage. There were quite a number of late-stage heavenly Dao at the 8th stage. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Just the lineup of heavenly Dao realm existences was already so terrifying. It was obvious how massive the number of ferocious beasts under the heavenly Dao were. Their cultivation levels were also extremely high. With such a heritage and the illustrious reputation of being ranked 10th on the left bank, it was naturally impossible for the three-legged Golden Crow to hide in the parallel void like the primeval Heaven's Eye and the Ghost Mandrill 3 to avoid calamity. Now, the news of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, wreaking havoc in the right sector of the left bank had already spread to all the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands and the remnant star domain. Everyone was staring at the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. This was because the news of the three-legged Golden Crow and the other 33 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts had also spread. It was no longer a secret. This time, Yi Xian had visited more than 10 ferocious beast Forbidden Lands in the right sector of the Milky Way and began a massacre. It was clear that he was taking revenge for the previous encirclement. As such, he was bound to descend upon the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. This matter was simply shocking. All the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands and countless experts in the remnant star domain on the left bank and right sector were shocked. Too ferocious and domineering. More than half a year ago, he had single-handedly defeated the encirclement of 33 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. Not only did he retreat unscathed, he even killed 7 of the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts. Even more, as for the three-legged Golden Crow, who was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts on the left bank, it was no match for him. It was injured by the Heavenfall arrow and had no choice but to flee in anger due to its heavy injuries. This battle made the name of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, resound throughout the Milky Way. As for the three-legged Golden Crow's reputation as the 10th ferocious beast on the left bank, it was covered in dust. Vaguely, there were already people secretly criticizing him. All of this was well known to the three-legged Golden Crow. He was also holding back his energy as he awaited the arrival of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. He also yearned for this battle because this was his only chance to prove himself. There was no way to avoid it, nor could he deliberately avoid it. He did not even recall the dozen heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that had left the Golden Crow Forbidden Land to visit friends or other matters, as well as those that had entered seclusion in the parallel void. Because, for this battle, he wanted to fight the master of the Magic Hall alone and defeat him in a head-on battle. Only then would he be able to completely wash away the dirt on his reputation as the 10th ferocious beast on the left bank. Clang! In the Ghost Domain Forbidden Land, Nightmare 7 thought that he was clever, but in the end, he was killed by the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, in a fit of rage. He even implicated the entire Forbidden Land, causing the countless monster spirits and demons in the ghost domain Forbidden Land to be killed without exception. When the news spread that the master of the magic hall had killed all of them, the entire left bank and right bank was in an uproar once again. Following that, all the experts in the ferocious beast Forbidden Land and the remnant star region turned their gazes to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Because they knew that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would definitely descend here. Clang, the crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out as a spatial rift appeared in the void outside the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Following that, a figure stepped out of it. It was none other than the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. It could be said to be a battle of the pinnacle. At this moment, before the arrival of the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, a few heavenly Dao realm experts from the ferocious beast Forbidden Land and the remnant star region had rushed over. However, they did not enter the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. They were not here to lend a hand, but to watch the battle. Therefore, to avoid arousing suspicion, all of them remained in the dark void outside the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. At that moment, with the arrival of the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, far into the void, several psyche fluctuations instantly appeared. They were all the auras of heavenly Dao realm experts. Yi Xian had long expected all of this. He completely ignored them because these old fogies were 500 billion kilometers away. This was a clear indication of their attitude. Three-legged old black bird, this lord is here. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Yi Xian's psyche voice resounded through the void. It was filled with endless disdain. Why aren't you? Scram out here and accept your death. Screech, Yi Xian, you are courting death, rumble. Yi. Just as Yi Xian's psyche voice faded, an astounding roar sounded from the Golden Crow Forbidden Land in front of him. The three-legged Golden Crow's psyche voice sounded, accompanied by a shocking rumbling of thunder. A black gold sun rushed out from the depths of the forbidden stellar domain. He was indeed infuriated. A peak heavenly Dao realm at the 9th order, a supreme existence ranked 10th among all the heavenly Dao beasts on the left bank, had been reduced to a three-legged old black bird in Yi Xian's mouth. Who the F***K could tolerate this? Soon, the black gold sun rushed out of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land stellar domain and came to a stop at the edge of the stellar domain. It was as massive as a star, and black flames billowed on its surface. It had an astounding might. Division with the black gold sun formed by the three-legged Golden Crow's body, 8 heavenly Dao beasts, as well as hundreds of desolate supremacies and even more primordial mighty figures, charged out. All of them gathered behind the black gold sun, eyeing Yi Xian covetously from 200 billion miles away. In less than a year, your cultivation has improved again. No wonder you are so arrogant. Yi Xian's black voice sounded. On the golden day, the three-legged Golden Crow's deep voice sounded again. Unfortunately, even so, if you don't rely on the heaven-falling bow, you are still no match for me. Do you still intend to do this in this battle? It was clearly a provocation, humiliating Yi Xian in public, mocking him for being arrogant in front of it only because of the heaven-falling bow. With the heaven-falling bow in hand, it is naturally easy to suppress you. Didn't you run away with your tail between your legs last time when you were seriously injured? Yi Xian sneered and retorted. But this time, since you are not convinced, I will give up the heaven-falling bow and fight you head-on. So what? I will still suppress you. Walala, just as his voice faded, there was the sound of splashing water in the void. Yi Xian had appeared in his human form, but at that moment, his body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void, exuding an endless bloodthirsty aura. Roar. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. They were none other than Yi Xian's 3 sea of blood avatars. The cultivation auras emanating from their bodies were all at the perfected heavenly Dao realm. This, shockingly, they were the 3 powerful experts at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, if they appeared at the same time, they would be able to set off a storm of blood. Now that they had appeared, they instantly caused the surrounding void to fall into a deathly silence. A large number of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and remnant experts were lurking in the void a trillion kilometers away. All of them looked over and secretly drew a cold gasp. Soon, as the figures appeared, the 3 sea of blood avatars raised their heads and let out a furious roar. The 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power's final form, the Devil Ape True Body, was activated. Boundless power surged out from the 3 demon avatars' bodies as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with endless bloodthirstiness as they rapidly gathered and fused together. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape True Body appeared in the void. It looked down on everything in its path. Swoosh! Swoosh! The next instant, the Berserk Ape flipped its hands. Instantly, there was a faint sonic boom as a beam of light shot out. The Shinong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black club was dragged by its right hand as it emitted a torrential bloodthirsty aura. Swoosh! Splash! Black, with a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. Welcome! Under the expansion of the storm, it turned into a vast 9-color flame sea. In an instant, it condensed to the extreme, forming a huge 9-color ribbon. After a few twists and turns, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon poked out from its chest like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It could burst out at any time and devour everything. Swoosh! Roar! As for the skeleton avatar, this time, it did not use the fallen sky bow. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in an instant. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns. Its shape was extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was unleashed, the withered blade spirit inside the demonic blade let out an earth-shattering roar. It was a ferocious and ruthless aura that was simply frightening. Even the 3-legged golden crow was caught off guard. The endless black flames rising from the surface of the black gold sun suddenly paused. He had never seen the withered demon blood blade before. Even though he hadn't tasted its might yet, merely the ferocious and ruthless aura of this blade was enough to cause others to raise their eyebrows and be moved. Originally, he thought that Yi Xian had already shown all his trump cards. Now that he suddenly saw a ferocious demonic blade that he had never seen before, he realized that the truth was far from it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 3-legged golden crow could not help but tremble slightly. Vaguely, there seemed to be a bad feeling growing in his heart, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. Gotcha. When the 3-legged golden crow's mind was slightly shaken, an incomparably clear gotcha sound suddenly came from above the black golden sun like a star. Yi Xian made a move. Using the secret technique of spiritual power, he quietly blasted out a spiritual thunder lightning technique. Yi Xian used all his strength in this attack without any warning beforehand. When the 3-legged golden crow realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. A blood-red lightning with a diameter of millions of miles appeared out of thin air above his head. It was so fast that it directly blasted down and struck him solid. Awoo. Although the 3-legged golden crow was not a living creature of flesh and blood, the spiritual thunder lightning technique was different from ordinary lightning. Yi Xian used all his strength in this attack, and the spiritual power source core suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind was pushed to the extreme. In an instant, the 3-legged golden crow let out an incomparably mournful cry. Although it was not a serious injury, it was inevitable that he would be injured. The feeling was really unpleasant. Screech. Suddenly attacking, you are simply shameless. Rumble. Suddenly, the 3-legged golden crow was enraged by the sudden sneak attack. The sound of his divine sense was like thunder, rolling out and shaking the void. At the same time, from the black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless storm of black flames roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. It was too hot, and its power was incomparably strong. This scene could be said to be shocking to the eye. A huge tide of black flames with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles poured out from the black golden sun hanging high in the sky like a raging river bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of millions of miles of the void and covered Yi Xian in his true form in the form of the devil ape. This black river was formed by the world-destroying black flames. It was majestic and endless, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The three-legged golden crow blasted out in extreme anger, and its power was terrifying. Even the group of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors who were hibernating in the distance could not help but feel their eyelids twitch wildly, and they secretly gasped. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Rumble. In great anger, the three-legged golden crow suddenly attacked, and the sound of his divine sense was like thunder, rolling out and shaking the void. From the black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless storm of black flames roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. This flame tide was condensed from the pure world-destroying black flames. The world-destroying black flames were famous for their ferocity, and they belonged to the top unusual flames of heaven and earth. The flame energy was as violent as the world. At this time, it was used to launch an attack, and its power could be imagined. What's more, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly law in the Great Perfection Stage 9th stage. Now that he had fully activated the black golden sun, the black flame river pouring out like a raging river was really terrifying. In the battle half a year ago, a similar black flame river had once destroyed the 9-colored flame ball that enveloped Yi Xian's figure in one fell swoop. Now that Yi Xian did not have the 9-colored flame ball to protect him, if he was hit by this black river, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Yi Xian had long been aware of this kind of attack. Although the scene in front of him was shocking, he did not panic. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the black fog clone immediately roared violently, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. At this moment, the mental power secret technique, the destructive vortex, was activated. The purple-black mental power source core that was suspended above the central domain of Yi Xian's mind also began to spin crazily. In an instant, the vast amount of mental power contained in the source core was extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled forward. Boom! The sound shook the heavens and suddenly appeared in the sky. The small purple-black dot that was as small as a speck of dust, but in fact, it was formed by compressing nearly half of the origin power in Yi Xian's mind to the extreme. It had already exploded halfway. The boundless and endless mental power source collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. The invisible mental power was wild and tyrannical, as if it could annihilate everything. It revealed a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It directly blasted apart the black flame river that was rushing towards it. Countless black flame tides splashed in all directions in the void. Although, it still emitted a destructive aura that caused people to raise their eyebrows, but now that it had collapsed, it no longer posed a threat to Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage. Crackle. The three-legged golden crow seemed to have already expected this scene. Right, he actually did not have any reaction to the collapse of the black flame river formed by the world-destroying black flames. He immediately appeared and attacked. Soon, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. In front, in the void, this huge black gold star that was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide suddenly bloomed with a dark light that was as fast as lightning. When it spread out, it seemed as if even the void was melting. A strange sound entered people's ears. This was the three-legged golden crow's destructive light. This black light seemed inconspicuous, but it could ignore everything. Once it came into contact with it, everything would be destroyed. It was the essence that the three-legged golden crow refined from the world-destroying black flames. It had been refined in its body for many years and turned into such a murderous black curtain of light. In the battle half a year ago, the three-legged golden crow had also used this magical power at the end, but it was broken by the heaven-falling arrow that was shot from the skeleton's hand. However, the murderous light curtain of destruction collapsed, and even the three-legged golden crow was seriously injured by the power of that arrow. In the end, it had to turn around and flee in anger. But, this time, Yi Xian had already stated in public that he would not use his most powerful magical power, the heaven-falling bow. Therefore, the three-legged golden crow had high expectations for this light curtain of destruction. In its opinion, Yi Xian would definitely be able to resist it head-on. Even if he used the nine-colored sea of flames, he would not be able to stop its power. Even if he did not die, he would at least be seriously injured by this blow. Buzz. Buzz. In fact, Yi Xian was indeed extremely afraid of this destructive light. It could be too powerful. Even Yi Xian did not dare to face it head-on. That would definitely cause his precious body to be injured. After all, it was refined from the essence extracted from the world-destroying black flames. But, although he did not dare to face it head-on, it did not mean that there was no way to resolve it. These thoughts flashed through his mind. A faint light flashed in the eyes of the black fog body, and he immediately moved his mind. Next, in an instant, a low buzzing sound rang in the void. The black fog body raised its head and let out a shocking roar. The roar was so shrill that it was as if it was going to pierce through one's eardrums. Void-dense scale-like ripples immediately appeared in the air. An invisible spiritual power roared like a raging river. The divine black hole moved. The roaring spiritual power was like a majestic sea, but it was invisible and formless. Its power was terrifying. As it surged, the void collapsed in an instant and spread all the way to the extreme. 1. Like dominoes being pushed over, in less than half a breath, the continuously collapsing void had formed a huge black hole in front of them. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter, and it blocked the black light curtain of destruction that was sweeping toward them head-on. Hiss, boom. In an instant, the black light curtain of destruction rushed into the huge black hole formed by the collapse of the void. It immediately collided with the majestic spiritual power in the black hole, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Look! At this scene, the three-legged golden crow, who was hundreds of billions of miles away, almost vomited blood on the spot. Never would he have thought that Yi Xian would be able to so easily neutralize his light of destruction without using his most powerful ability, the heavenly fallen bow. Up until now, Yi Xian had only passively defended and resolved his 2 consecutive attacks. He had not launched a counterattack. However, he was still a peak great perfection 9th stage heavenly Dao beast. He was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Like this, today, he had attacked twice in a row, but the other party was unharmed and easily resolved his attacks. This was really frustrating. He could not bear to lose face at all. Roar. I'd like to see what other tricks you can use today. Rumble, all of this flashed through his mind. The three-legged golden crow's earth-shattering roar sounded again in an instant. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hint of madness in it. His repeated attacks were all in vain. His heart was indeed filled with anger. At this time, he was on the verge of going berserk. He steeled his heart and directly used the divine ability that he had always relied on as his trump card. At this moment, the black gold sun rumbled. Rolling black flames soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the void within 100 billion miles. It completely enveloped the black gold sun, and it could no longer be seen. Tight. Then, before anyone could react to what had happened, the endless black flames suddenly condensed, and the black gold sun that had just been enveloped by the black flames reappeared, but it was no longer a single round. Instead, it was 10 suns in the sky. Whoosh, what happened? Why did the black gold suns in the void suddenly become 10? Their auras are exactly the same. They are all incomparably violent. They are all peak great perfection 9th stage heavenly Dao. Heavens, what kind of secret technique is this? In the blink of an eye, one turned into 10. This is clearly the rhythm of 10 peak heavenly Dao experts joining forces to fight against the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. In the surroundings, a large number of gasps and cries of surprise could be heard. In the face of this strange and terrifying scene, the existences of the heavenly Dao that were hiding in the dark were all shocked. What happened? How could there be 10 black golden suns in the void all of a sudden? 10 great suns with the same aura, all of them are peak great perfection 9th stage heavenly Dao. In the blink of an eye, one turned into 10. This is clearly the rhythm of 10 peak heavenly Dao experts joining forces to fight against the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. As the three-legged golden crow used its secret technique, 10 great suns appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. In the surroundings, gasps and exclamations could be heard. Surface in the face of this strange and terrifying scene, the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the remnants of the heavenly Dao experts who were hiding in the dark in the void were all shocked without exception. It wasn't just them. In fact, even Yi Xian was shocked by the scene in front of him. The eyes of the three devil bodies were filled with shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The auras of the 10 black gold suns were indeed extremely powerful. They were all peak heavenly Dao experts of the Great Perfection Stage 9. It was as if the three-legged golden crow had been replicated 9 times. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Yi Xian had never heard of such a terrifying and heaven-defying secret technique. His blood sea secret technique was already heaven-defying enough. In this vast and boundless primordial space, who knew how many experts wanted to obtain the complete blood sea secret technique? However, even the blood sea secret technique could only condense 3 blood sea clones that were of the same cultivation level as oneself. 1 into 3, this was already the limit. It was impossible for one to turn into 10 in front of him. This was definitely not something that could be described as heaven-defying. I have to say, you are indeed worthy of the fierce reputation of the Master of the Magic Hall. You can actually force this venerable one to use my strongest foundation. You should be proud of yourself. However, you must think that among these 10 suns, there must be 9 illusions that belong to the void, right? In that case, this venerable one will let you see the true power of the 10 suns in the sky. Yi Xian, there is no suspense. Today's battle, you will definitely lose. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, the three-legged golden crow's divine sense sounded like thunder again. However, moreover, from the 10 black gold suns hanging high in the void, it sounded at the same time. The 10 voices gathered together, emitting a power that made people point their fingers and the void tremble. At this moment, from the 10 black gold suns hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless black flame storm roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. It was too spectacular, and the momentum was incomparably strong. This scene could be said to be shocking. 10 inside each black gold suns, there was a huge black flame tide with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles, pouring out like a furious river bursting the dike. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the void and covered Yi Xian, who was in the true form of the demonic ape. This kind of black river was formed by the world-destroying black flame. It was majestic and endless, and it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Previously, the three-legged golden crow had just blasted out a beam, and the horror of its power was already shocking. However, now, each of the 10 black gold suns that spanned across the void rushed out a black flame river. The 10 flame rivers were like black giant dragons galloping up. The scene was so terrifying that it could not be described with words. When this scene entered their eyes, even the heavenly law beasts and the experts who were hibernating billions of miles away could not help but feel their eyelids twitch wildly again, and they all gasped at the same time. Next, subconsciously, everyone's hearts were in their throats again. This is impossible. In an instant, the 3 demon bodies also changed their expressions greatly, and Yi Xian exclaimed from the mouth of the demonic ape. First, previously, he did think that 9 of the 10 black gold suns were illusions, but now that the 10 black flame rivers were rolling over, the power and aura could not be faked. Under the sudden shock, even Yi Xian could not help but be shaken. His body shook violently, and he suddenly felt a sense of confusion. It was at this moment that a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the demon soul pupil. In the extremely faint buzzing sound, a tiny vertical eye appeared on the forehead of the demonic ape, emitting a mysterious light. It scattered toward the 10 black golden suns in the void ahead and the 10 black flame rivers that were surging over. Demon soul pupil. Demon soul pupil. Demon soul pupil. Demon soul. The demon soul pupil was known as the strongest pupil technique, and its power could be traced back to the source. It was just a piece of cake for it to see through all illusions. In Yi Xian's heart, he had always thought that this kind of blood sea secret technique could not exist at all, but he could not see any trace of an illusion. This was most likely because this kind of illusion technique mastered by the three-legged golden crow was too strange and unconventional. But even so, if it was really an illusion technique, no matter how strange and unconventional it was, it would definitely not be able to escape the power of the demon's soul pupil. Everything, Yi Xian was only moving in the dark. The demon's soul pupil that appeared between the demonic ape's eyebrows could not be seen by outsiders at all, and they would not know that the invisible light radiating from between the demonic ape's eyebrows was sweeping through the void ahead. With just one look, the result was already clear. The power of the demon's soul pupil was originally heaven-defying, and now that Yi Xian had the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, when fully activated, he instantly saw through everything and saw the truth. In fact, it was only natural. The 10 black gold suns were indeed not illusions. But at the same time, they were not real entities. The so-called 10 suns in the sky were just a kind of projection of the divine ability. Among the 10 suns, only one was the three-legged golden crow's actual body. The other 9 were just projections of the three-legged golden crow's meticulously condensed divine ability. Through this strange divine ability, the three-legged golden crow's actual body and the 9 projections of the divine ability became one. Although there was only one real sun, it could turn from illusion to reality in any of the other 9 projections of the divine ability. No, there were only 10 suns, including the 10 black flame great rivers that were blasted out from the 10 suns, and it was the same. Among the 10 black flame great rivers, only one had the power to destroy the world. The other 9 were just projections of the divine ability. But the real black flame great rivers could materialize in any of the projections of the black flame great rivers. Therefore, no matter how Yi Xian dodged, as long as one of the black flame great rivers came into contact with him, the majestic power of this attack would be instantly dispersed. Of course, if Yi Xian continued to use the same method as before to intercept, then what he broke was merely a projection of the divine ability. Out of the 10 black flame great rivers, 9 of them would still exist. If he continued to use the same method to intercept, Yi Xian would have to attack 9 times in succession before he could break all 9 projections of the divine ability. But in the end, there would still be one real black flame great rivers left, crashing down with a boom. In such a short period of time, it was not very realistic to attack 9 times in succession to intercept. Furthermore, even if Yi Xian could do it, if he did not die from exhaustion after attacking 9 times with all his might, the energy in his body would be mostly depleted. No, needless to say, this kind of divine ability was indeed strange. It was both real and illusory, mysterious and unpredictable. It was simply despairing. But, unfortunately, in the end, it could not block the power of the demon's soul pupil. With just one look, everything was completely seen through by Yi Xian. Chapter 51-29. Boom. Boom. Void. In the air, the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens. 10 streams of flame rivers surged up like black dragons, surging towards Yi Xian. The scene was so shocking that it was impossible to describe it with words. On the surface, no heavenly Dao realm expert could remain calm against such a terrifying attack. Even a peak heavenly Dao at the 9th order perfection realm would definitely not be able to withstand it. The only way to deal with this situation was to turn around and flee in a panic. In fact, Yi Xian had no intention of taking it head-on. The three-legged golden crow's strange projection divine power was like an open scheme. Among the 10 flaming rivers, 1 was real and 9 were illusory. But, the 10 black rivers could freely switch between illusory and real. No matter which one he charged towards or touched, even if it was illusory, it could instantly turn real. Under such circumstances, charging forward or intercepting would be extremely passive. Rather than that, he might as well attack the root of the problem and take drastic measures. A deep hum sounded. At that moment, Yi Xian pushed his psyche strength to its limits, fully activating perfect concussion. First in an instant, his figure vanished as he concealed himself. Even his aura was perfectly converged. It was as though he had vanished in an instant. What? He actually escaped. This is only natural. Such an attack is something that even a peak heavenly Tao at the ninth order perfection realm would not be able to withstand. After all, it's 10 black gold suns that similarly have a heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. Magic Hall Master Yi Xian is still rather clear-headed. He knew that he was no match for Yi Xian, so he instantly used his mysterious escape technique to escape. After this battle, the three-legged golden crows ranking among all the heavenly Tao beasts on the left bank will probably rise again. I never expected him to have such a terrifying bloodline divine power. To be able to split 1 into 10 is just too astounding. As Yi Xian's figure vanished, sighs could be heard from the surrounding void trillions of kilometers away. The heavenly Tao beasts and remnant experts lurking in the dark were almost certain that Yi Xian had escaped. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Xian, he had silently fled. Even the three-legged golden crow thought the same. At this moment, he felt an extreme unwillingness in his heart. He originally thought that this attack would be able to trick Yi Xian, or at least severely injure him. He didn't expect that in the end, he would see that the situation was bad and directly escape. No, although he wasn't able to heavily injure the Demon Hall's master, Yi Xian, at least he'd achieved the goal of this battle. Not only did he wash away the stain from the previous battle, he even managed to squeeze a few spots forward in the rankings of all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. He might even be able to enter the top 5, boom. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Just as the three-legged golden crow was secretly delighted, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the top of his head. A big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that held up the sky smashed into his body at lightning speed. Stars appeared in his head, and his skull hurt terribly. "Woo, damn you, you didn't King escape." Amidst the miserable howls, the three-legged golden crow's incomparably mournful roar sounded, revealing a monstrous sense of resentment. Yi Xian really didn't leave. He just used a perfect spiritual power secret technique to conceal his figure and restrain his chi. Then, he teleported slightly and directly appeared behind the 10 black and golden suns that were lined up in a row in the void. 10. Similarly, one of the suns was real and 9 were illusory. The illusory ones were the projections of the 9 suns. Although the real one could materialize in any one of the 9 illusory suns at the three-legged golden crow's will, however, this obviously didn't affect him because at least one of the 10 suns was real at any moment. What was even worse was that Yi Xian had the demonic soul pupil and could see through everything. No matter where this real sun was, he knew it in his heart. Therefore, after quietly sneaking behind the 10 suns, Yi Xian immediately attacked. The big-headed black stick directly smashed down on the real sun as if it was a bludgeon. It was incomparably solid. As the stick smashed down, Yi Xian's figure also appeared. However, he immediately put away the stick and activated the perfect spiritual power secret technique. His figure was hidden again, not revealing a single bit of his chi, and there was no way to track him. In fact, after his stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow's mournful howl sounded at the same time that the real 9 illusory suns and 10 black and golden suns immediately changed. 10. The 3 great suns were lined up in a row. The real great sun, counting from left to right, was originally 3rd. However, after being hit by the stick, the three-legged golden crow instantly switched from 3rd to 9th in order to avoid being hit again. In his opinion, Yi Xian's sneak attack was just a coincidence. But, unfortunately, as he switched, Yi Xian, who had hidden his figure, also quietly followed him. When he arrived behind the 9th sun, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the big-headed black stick smashed down again, bang. Rumble, oh woo, the heart-wrenching pain from the previous stick had yet to dissipate. He had just switched his body to the 9th sun when he was hit again. The three-legged golden crow almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he didn't want to howl, it was really too painful. He directly screamed at the top of his lungs. However, at the same time as this tragic howl rang out, he once again switched instantly. His original body, which had just reached the 9th position, instantly switched to the great sun projection that was ranked first on the left. All of this still couldn't escape Yi Xian's eyes. In an instant, his figure disappeared again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He held the big-headed black stick and rushed to the left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a game called whack-a-mole. Wasn't what he was doing now exactly the same as whack-a-mole? It was just that the level was higher. It wasn't wrong to call it whack-a-mole in the starry sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who'd already concealed himself once again, instantly arrived in front of his target. Without any suspense, he swung the violent ape club and smashed it down once again, bang. Oh woo, you actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? Screech, he had been hit 4 times in a row. If he still didn't understand what had happened, how could the 3-legged golden crow be considered a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage? At this moment, as the 4th stick smashed down, his mournful howl instantly appeared again. The 3-legged golden crow's voice, which was filled with endless grief and indignation, sounded at the same time. The entire void trembled slightly, and anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Indeed, there was no way he wouldn't be sullen. In fact, at this moment, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A mouthful of blood had already reached his throat. He was a heavenly Dao, and a peak heavenly Dao at that, but he was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The 3-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Bang! Oh woo, you actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? Screech, as the 4th stick smashed down, the 3-legged golden crow's mournful howl sounded again, revealing endless grief and indignation. The entire void trembled slightly because of this. Anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. At this moment, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A dignified peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The 3-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Biased, however, he still thought that he was infallible. A moment ago, he was secretly delighted in his heart. Now that he recalled all of this, his face burned with pain. It was too sad. All of this sounded long, but in fact, Yi Xian only swung the big-headed black stick and hit the mouse 4 times in a row. How long could it take? Although Yi Xian and the 3-legged golden crow were well aware of all of this, the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank and the experts of the remnant people who were secretly hibernating in the void billions of miles away were confused. For them, they only saw the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, flash and disappear. The 10 rivers of black flames that the 3-legged golden crow had blasted out by the 10 black golden suns earlier missed and rushed to the end of the void and disappeared. Immediately after, behind the 10 black golden suns that were lined up in a row outside the star domain of the golden crow forbidden land, the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, suddenly reappeared. He swung the big-headed black stick and moved around, as if he was hitting a mouse. In a flash, he smashed the 3-legged golden crow 4 times in a row. Every time the stick smashed down, the 3-legged golden crow responded with a miserable howl, each more miserable than the last. The dignified heavenly Dao at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th step was actually smashed to the point of howling like a hungry wolf. Anyone who heard it would shed tears. It was shocking to hear it, everything was so real, but it gave them a sense of absurdity as if they were in a dream. Dumbfounded, these heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank and experts of the remnant people who were hibernating in the void in the distance had their minds buzzing for a few seconds before they gradually came back to their senses. Their bodies shook violently as they gasped and exclaimed in horror. Oh my God, what happened? The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, did not escape. Instead, he did the opposite. He hid his figure, restrained his aura, and quietly sneaked behind the 10 black golden suns. These are not important. The key is, what are they doing? Playing whack-a-mole? It looks like it. This is simply ridiculous. Why didn't the 3-legged golden crow fight back? He even revealed his heaven-defying magical power of turning himself into 10. After being hit 4 times in a row, he only knows how to howl. This is illogical. Could it be that his head was damaged by the first hit? That's very likely. After all, this big-headed black cudgel is infamous for its ferocity. It's only natural for the demon palace master, who has 3 heads and 6 arms, to give him a concussion or something. How is this possible? There are 10 black golden suns in the sky side by side. Even if the 3-legged golden crow suffered a concussion from the first hit, the other black golden suns shouldn't be stunned. Why didn't they react and let him continue to hit them? Could it be that they moved away? Pfft, the last sentence was simply a godly shot. Basically, it hit the 3-legged golden crow's sore spot. When the words entered his ears, he was so angry that he almost spat out the mouthful of old blood that was stuck in his throat. Rumble. The secret technique was ineffective. He didn't know what method the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, used, but he instantly saw through the mystery. Although the 3-legged golden crow was unwilling, he had to accept it. In the void, the rumbling sound of thunder sounded again. From the 10 black golden suns, the black flames that were like a furious river instantly rose again. In the blink of an eye, they were connected to the sky and shrouded all 10 black golden suns. 1. After one breath, when all the black flames instantly condensed like before, the 10 black golden suns disappeared, and only one remained in the void. It was as if the scene just now had never happened, as if it was just a dream. Far away. Billions of miles away, the heavenly beasts and the survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void were all stunned. Although they didn't know what happened, they vaguely guessed something when they saw the 10 black golden suns being put away by the 3-legged golden crow after Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, beat a round of rats. Screech. The moment the only black golden sun appeared again, an earth-shattering screech came from the black golden sun. Then, the black golden sun, which was as huge as a star, rapidly changed. Half a breath later, the black gold sun vanished, transforming into a black gold 3-legged golden crow. It was incredibly large, spanning 100 million kilometers in length. It even blocked out a corner of the horizon. The 3-legged golden crow was completely infuriated. He finally revealed his bloodline true body. But the strange thing was that this black golden 3-legged golden crow, whose body was more than 100 million miles long, had 4 dazzling big blood bags on its huge head. These were obviously knocked out by someone. Look! At the sight of this, the heavenly beasts of the left bank and the experts of the heavenly path who were hiding in the void a trillion miles away suddenly came to a realization. Although they didn't see any clues until now, when they saw the 4 big blood bags on the 3-legged golden crow's head, they immediately understood that 9 of the 10 suns were illusory and could be switched between real and illusory in an instant. But, unfortunately, nothing could be hidden from the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. The big-headed black cudgel in his hand seemed to be smashing 4 different black golden suns, but in fact, all 4 of them fell on the 3-legged golden crow's body. Otherwise, when he showed his bloodline true body, how could there be 4 big blood bags on his head? Screech, Tang Tang, who was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, was forced to show his bloodline true body as soon as the battle started. Moreover, it was in this shape, with 4 dazzling big blood bags on his head, so unique. All this flashed through the 3-legged golden crow's mind, and he immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech. He was about to go crazy with anger. Netherworld Claw. Claw of the Netherworld. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him at all. Bao Yuan suddenly roared, and the black fog doppelganger waved his hands again. Rays of light shot out, and as the wind rose, they turned into millions of miles long dark green withered claws and shot toward the 3-legged golden crow. Although the Netherworld Claw was also an extremely powerful Desolate Era magical power, it was not on the same level as the fallen Sky Bow. It was too weak. But, even so, the 3-legged golden crow was still afraid, but it was not as strong as facing the fallen Sky Bow. Although the Netherworld Claw was not too powerful, it was the most powerful bloodline magical power of the Desolate Era Netherworld. Desolation. The Desolate Era Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted, and once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. the desolate era netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted by it. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, it was hated by both ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing, and once contaminated, it would only bring bad luck without any benefits. Against such filthy things, even heavenly Dao realm experts would choose to retreat immediately. In fact, it wasn't because they were afraid of its power, but because they were worried that they would be contaminated, causing damage to themselves. At the next moment, the dark green withered claw hovering above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the netherworld claw had been fully activated by him. A few almost at the same time, the tens of dark green claws that darted out exploded at the same time. The raging dark green energy swirled in the air, expanded and expanded, then transformed into a series of dark green skulls that were tens of millions of miles long. Fierce flames flickered in those skulls' huge eye sockets as they dashed out at the three-legged gold crow in front of them as if they had teleported. Bam! 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 As soon as they approached, all of these dark green skulls rumbled and exploded apart without exception. Green liquid raged through space, and it covered the heavens and the earth while a strand of an evil aura that made one feel nauseous swiftly swept out. Boom! Boom! The three-legged golden crow's eyelids twitched as a look of disgust appeared on its face. Its massive body, which was nearly 50 million kilometers long, rapidly retreated. It was too large, and its speed was very fast. Unknowingly, it caused an earth-shattering rumble in the void. Screech! Look! Upon seeing this scene, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the black fog avatar. It raised its head and roared, instantly activating the mental energy in its body again. At the next moment, the Annihilation Spear, one of the two mental attack mystic techniques, was fully activated by the black fog avatar. The Annihilation Spear extracted a large amount of mental energy, but it didn't transform into a mental vortex. Instead, it transformed into an extremely tiny dot that was like the tip of a spear as it ruthlessly stabbed out. Under such circumstances, a large amount of mental energy was extracted, but the attack was targeted at the smallest dot. This tiny dot that transformed into a battle spear was so sharp that it was indestructible. Buzz! Buzz! A buzzing sound was heard, and the mental source core that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also spun faster and faster as the mental energy circulated. In the blink of an eye, a tiny mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental origin power shot out from the black fog avatar's sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy thread, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward, facing the three-legged golden crow. Yi Xian had been using his mental energy almost all the time, and he continuously performed various mental mystic techniques and divine abilities. This was something that could not be helped. The three-legged golden crow was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the golden crow great world. Just like the primeval heaven's eye, it did not have a physical body at all. Under such circumstances, although physical attacks like the big-headed black stick could hurt it, they could not shake its foundation. The nine-color divine flame was originally the best choice to deal with this kind of existence. However, the three-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in the great world when the golden crow great world that it ruled collapsed completely and was completely swallowed by the endless void turbulence. It had turned its body into a black gold sun condensed from pure black flames of destruction, and it was naturally immune to flames. The effects of physical attacks were barely satisfactory, and the nine-color divine flame was not very effective either. Naturally, they could only use mental mystic techniques to suppress it. Although Yi Xian was rather depressed about continuously exhausting his mental energy, it had to be said that mental energy was quite miraculous when dealing with such an existence. At the very least, the three-legged golden crow was clearly fearful of the Annihilation Spear, a secret technique that Yang had unleashed with all his might. Under the pressure of the dark green blood from the dozens of dark green skulls that exploded, it retreated even faster. Yi Xian attacked continuously, and it could be said that he had made a big fuss. How could he just watch as the three-legged golden crow calmly withdrew? I've already prepared my next move. Screech! At this moment, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head, and a resounding dragon roar suddenly sounded at this moment. In the next moment, the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Wuxia Xianxia of consciousness suddenly trembled, and a large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing it to fall into a dim and weak state. A demonic dragon phantom that was millions of kilometers long suddenly appeared behind the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape. Its eyes were faint, as if it was opening a gap. In an instant, even this corner of the void seemed to flicker as the demonic dragon phantom's eyes opened. There was also an invisible mysterious force that restrained the black gold sun's figure, as if this gaze had imprisoned the void and fixed its figure. This, shockingly, it was the most powerful ability of the demonic dragon's bloodline that the black gold dragon scale represented, seeing through darkness and darkness. Demon the dragon was the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Wuxia Xianxia of consciousness contained the torch dragon's bloodline inheritance, which included seeing through darkness and darkness. The torch dragon's bloodline ability was contained in a pair of torch eyes. When this pair of torch eyes was opened, it was day, and when they were closed, it was night. Of course, the so-called opening eyes was day, and closing eyes was night was just a description, but it showed the mysteriousness and power of the torch dragon's bloodline ability. At this moment, Yi Xian fully activated the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the Sea of Consciousness in his Sea of Consciousness, performing seeing through darkness and darkness. The three-legged golden crow was caught off guard, and its entire body was imprisoned. Although, with its cultivation strength, this kind of imprisonment could only last for a short moment or two, but it was enough for Yi Xian. Puff puff puff. At the same moment when the three-legged golden crow's body abruptly stopped in the void, the dozens of skulls exploded and turned into dark green blood. In an instant, it had already covered half of its huge body. Filthy with the bloody body, the aura of the three-legged golden crow's cultivation instantly dimmed. It was also at this moment that the invisible spear formed by the annihilation spear, a secret technique of spiritual power, also whistled and pierced through its ribs in an instant. Unfortunately, it lost its accuracy and did not hurt the head and other vital points, otherwise, the three-legged golden crow might have died on the spot. This is not enough. Screech, these thoughts flashed through its mind, and the eyes of the skeleton clone flashed with a cold light. It raised its head and raised its right arm, and the ferocious withered demon blood blade slashed through the void of 200 billion miles. Puff, a bloody light suddenly appeared like a waterfall across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the three-legged golden crow. It slashed through its right shoulder and almost cut off the three-legged golden crow's right wing. At this moment, its huge right wing drooped down and hung weakly on its body. A large black river gushed out from its wound. It was the heavenly Tao's origin black liquid. Screech, only at this moment did the invisible sealing power of the torch dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. Screech, only when the withered demon blood blade slashed out from afar and almost cut off its right wing did the invisible sealing power of the torch dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. But, unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, he could no longer reverse today's battle. Just now, he had suffered heavy injuries, and now, he was in an extremely serious state of injury. He only had half of his combat strength left, and if he continued to stay here, the final result would definitely be his death. Screech, master of the magic hall, this sovereign, will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the three-legged golden crow once again let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing monstrous anger and endless unwillingness. Tight then, he directly tore through the void. With a flash of his huge body, he turned into a black and gold light. In the blink of an eye, he entered the crack and disappeared. Obviously, this old fellow knew that there was no hope for today's battle, so he immediately fled into the parallel void to lie low. He, after all, he was a peak heavenly way at the great circle of the 9th stage, and he had been in this realm for a long time. Even among the peak heavenly way at the great circle of the great circle, his cultivation and strength were among the best. He was also known as the 10th existence among all the heavenly way beasts on the left bank. When such an existence was determined to escape, even the current Yi Xian could not stop him. After all, the three-legged golden crow was different from the other heavenly way beasts. Yi Xian's 9-colored sea of flames was completely ineffective against him, and could not trap him at all. In an instant, the void crack that the three-legged golden crow had fled into was closed. Even if Yi Xian waved his hand and tore it open again, he would definitely not be able to trace the three-legged golden crow to the parallel void that he had fled to. Yi Xian was also a peak heavenly way at the great circle of the 9th stage, so he was well aware of this point, so he did not waste this effort at all. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the heavenly way's black liquid hanging in the void in front of him like a river. Old although that fellow had escaped, he had at least left behind a river of heavenly Tao origin black liquid. To Yi Xian, this battle was not in vain. Even though he already had the heavenly Tao black liquid in his possession, such a top-grade resource was extremely rare. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he not take it? Whoosh, walala. Brain as the thought flashed through his mind, the violent ape immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force shot out. The black liquid river that was hanging in the air in front of him instantly emitted a strange sound as it was directly sucked over and absorbed into the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Everything took a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian waved his hand and blasted out the giant dark green claws to the moment when the dozens of nether claws exploded, the claws turned into the nether claws and turned into a huge dark green skull that exploded, forming a large stretch of blood that connected the sky to the earth, staining the three-legged golden crow's body, causing its condition to plummet and its cultivation aura to sink into darkness. Then, the Annihilation Spear's spiritual power secret technique was fully activated by Yi Xian, piercing the three-legged golden crow's ribs and injuring it. Then when the Torch Dragon Bloodline's most powerful ability was used, it caught the three-legged golden crow off guard and temporarily imprisoned it. Yi Xian also took advantage of this critical moment to summon the withered demon blood blade and almost cut off its right wing. In the end, the three-legged golden crow was heavily injured and had no choice but to tear open a crack and flee into the parallel void to seek refuge. From the beginning to the end, less than 10 breaths had passed. 10 breaths ago, although the three-legged golden crow was in a sorry state, it did not show any signs of defeat, nor did it fall into a disadvantageous position. But, all of this was completely reversed in the span of 10 breaths. Yi Xian's attacks were too fierce, one after another. It was obvious that all of this was a result that had been calculated long ago. He had been waiting for the three-legged golden crow here for a long time and predicted that it would end miserably today. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly beasts and experts of the left bank who were hibernating in the void billions of miles away finally regained their senses. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. They sucked in cold breaths and exclamations of shock and astonishment instantly filled the sky and earth, resounding like a tide. Heavens, in such a short time, this battle actually ended in such a hurry? This is a bloody battle between two peak heavenly Tao experts at the peak of the 9th level. Logically speaking, shouldn't this battle last for months and years? This is too shocking. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has endless methods. In the end, he clearly used the Torch Dragon's most powerful bloodline ability, the Annihilation Spear. He even possesses the demonic dragon bloodline. It's simply heaven-defying. Monster. An unprecedented monster. Did this guy really come from the great wasteland world? This is simply unimaginable. I also deeply doubt this. After all, the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the primitive world has been defeated countless times by him. This situation is simply illogical. Defeated, the three-legged golden crow was actually defeated. This battle of the pinnacle actually ended in such a way. It's simply shocking. Exclamations of shock and horror rose from all around. This battle of the pinnacle finally came to an end. Yi Xian was unscathed, but the three-legged golden crow, the strongest expert of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, fled with extremely serious injuries in the void. Like a stray dog, he escaped into the parallel void and lay dormant and licked his wounds. This was already the second time that he had been defeated by Yi Xian, and both times, he had been seriously injured and bloodied in the void. This point alone was enough to explain everything. If it was said that in the earth-shattering battle nearly a year ago, Yi Xian had used the fallen sky bow to severely injure the three-legged golden crow, causing him to retreat in a hurry out of unwillingness, then today, Yi Xian had openly caused him to suffer heavy injuries in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, from the beginning to the end of this battle, Yi Xian had practically held the advantage, forming a domineering aura towards the three-legged golden crow. All of this was witnessed by the other heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the hundreds of desolate venerables and powerful figures, as well as the large number of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank who were secretly lurking in the void billions of miles away, and could bear witness to this. Without a doubt, after this battle, the three-legged golden crow, who was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank, would change hands after today. But it was hard to say whether the new 10th on the left bank would be the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Because, although Yi Xian had the true form of the devil ape and was considered to have the bloodline of a ferocious beast, his original body was still that of a human. Based on this point, he was not qualified to be ranked among the ferocious beasts of the left bank. God. I'm afraid you have this battle strength, but you are not a ferocious beast, so how can you squeeze in? Dang. However, all of this was left to the ferocious beasts of the left bank. Yi Xian was not interested at all. Whether it was the ferocious beasts of the left bank or the ferocious beasts of the left bank, he could not be bothered with them. What was truly important was his own strength. In the Milky Way, strength was the most important thing. The fist was the absolute truth. Chapter 51:30. Heavens. Did this battle actually end so quickly in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint? This is a bloody battle between two peak ninth-order great perfection heavenly Dao. Logically speaking, shouldn't they have fought for years? Defeated, the three-legged golden crow was actually defeated. This battle of the pinnacle actually ended in such a way. The top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list is finally going to change. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, can at least replace the three-legged golden crow and squeeze into the top 10, or even higher. Yes, from the beginning of this battle, he was not injured at all. In such a short time, he made the three-legged golden crow, who was originally ranked 10th on the left bank, seriously injured and fled. I'm afraid that even the 9th on the left bank can't do this. I'm afraid this will cause controversy. It's not that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is not strong enough, but although he has the bloodline of the demon ape and can be considered a fierce beast, his original body is of the human race. How can he enter the heavenly Dao beast list? This is a problem. As the battle came to an end, the heavenly beasts of the left bank and the experts of the heavenly way who were lurking in the void a trillion miles away immediately exclaimed and began to discuss among themselves. After the three-legged golden crow fled, the vast void that had fallen into a dead silence suddenly became noisy again. Yi Xian did not pay attention to all this because he was completely uninterested. After putting away the heavenly Dao origin black liquid that was hanging in the void in front of him like a river, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. The three great demon bodies instantly turned at the same time and looked toward the edge of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land in front of them. Previously, when the black golden sun formed by the three-legged golden crow rushed out of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land star domain and stopped abruptly at the edge of the star domain, it was followed by 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts, hundreds of desolate Zun-old monsters, and even more desolate antiquity great beings. These existences had all gathered behind the black golden sun at that time, watching Yi Xian covetously from 200 billion miles away. Even after the battle between Yi Xian and the three-legged golden crow, these old fogies did not retreat. Instead, they stayed at the edge of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land to watch the battle from afar. Today, the three-legged golden crow had escaped with serious injuries. However, even though he had escaped, the monk in the temple had escaped. Putting aside the countless forbidden and ferocious beasts in the various abandoned planets in the Golden Crow Forbidden Grounds, at least the hundreds of powerful figures, desolate supremacy, and the 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts that had followed the 3-legged golden crow out of the forbidden grounds and were eyeing Yi Xian covetously. They were even watching the battle leisurely from afar. Hiss! Hiss! Just as Yi Xian turned around to look, an incomparably clear sound of silk tearing could be heard from that direction. There were a total of 6 of them. The 6 old fogies among the 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts were the fastest to react. They immediately waved their hands and tore open a void rift. They hurriedly entered it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clearly, they had entered a parallel void to seek refuge. This left Yi Xian speechless. Even though he was a peak heavenly law at the 9th stage of perfection, when a heavenly law expert of the same realm entered a parallel void, there was no way to pursue him. However, although 6 had escaped in the blink of an eye, there were at least 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts left behind. Killing them was basically enough to vent his anger. Hiss! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the black fog avatar of the 3 demon bodies did not hesitate any longer. He immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At that moment, the spiritual source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness began to rapidly revolve again. An invisible spiritual force instantly radiated out like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void ahead. At that moment, the black fog avatar was using spiritual suppression. This was a kind of spiritual mystic technique that used spiritual force to form a mental attack. Compared to the spiritual sense attacks of human cultivators, spiritual force was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against it. The hundreds of ferocious beasts in front of him were only mighty figures and desolate supremacies. There were only 2 heavenly law beasts, and they were only at the mid-stage. With Yi Xian's current peak heavenly law cultivation at the 9th stage of perfection, there was no suspense at all when he suddenly moved and instantly suppressed them. In fact, it was indeed so. As the spiritual force completely enveloped them, the hundreds of ferocious beasts were instantly hit. The last 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts were about to escape. At this moment, however, for some reason, his body suddenly froze, and his consciousness instantly fell into a trance. It was as if he had been bewitched, and his eyes were filled with confusion and sleepiness. Roar, Kacha! A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly rushed forward. The ferocious ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. It struck out twice in succession, smashing directly at the heads of the 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts. Black the Fog doppelganger also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in the sea of consciousness in its brain. In an instant, a thunderbolt exploded above the heads of the 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from above, instantly making them dizzy. Before they could regain their senses, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! A resounding bang shook the heavens as the black rod smashed onto their enormous bodies. These 2 ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao didn't even have the time to react before their entire bodies instantly exploded apart, and they transformed into 2 clouds of scarlet-red mist that swiftly spread out. Huff, however, 2 heavenly law blood essences naturally could not be wasted. The howling of the wind instantly rang out. The black fog body immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. Push! This blood mist swept over and directly sent into the bottom of the central region volcano and the space inside the cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. At this point, the number of heavenly law blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by 2. Previously, he had already reached a total of 53. Now, he had a whopping 55. Not only were these 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts unable to escape in time, but Yi Xian was also not prepared to let go of the other almighties and desolate supremacies. Following the 3-legged golden crow out of the golden crow forbidden land in front of them was enough to show that these old fellows were all his trusted subordinates. Now, although the 3-legged golden crow had escaped when he saw that the situation was not good, his trusted subordinates had to bear Yi Xian's fury. Boom! Rumble, bang! Bang, bang, bang! Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately made his move. The violent ape's big-headed black stick smashed out again and again, and the skeleton doppelganger's purple-gold giant fist also continuously swung out. In an instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the void. Accompanied by the dense sound of frying beans, these hundreds of almighties and desolate supremacies of the Forbidden Land did not have the ability to resist at all. Their incomparably huge bodies were instantly blasted apart. Void in the air, a cloud of blood mist spread out. There were nearly 300 almighties and more than 100 desolate supremacies. All of them were blasted into a cloud of blood mist. This scene was extremely bloody and revealed an endless killing intent. It was terrifying and shocking. A large number of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void a trillion miles away gasped and exclaimed in horror. In an instant, it was like a tide that covered the sky and earth. Boom! Bang, 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 in the void, accompanied by the dense sound of frying beans, a cloud of blood mist spread out. There were nearly 300 almighties and more than 100 desolate supremacies. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of almighties and desolate supremacies who had followed the three-legged golden crow out of the Forbidden Land star area, without exception, were all killed and blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Not a single hair was left behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This was an extremely shocking amount of resources. The violent ape immediately waved his hand and absorbed all the blood mist that was spreading out into his body. Collect, the harvest was too great. He originally had more than 200 almighty's blood essences, but now, he had more than 400. Even the blood essences of desolate supremacies, which he originally had around 70 to 80 pieces, were now more than 100 of them. Such a scene was extremely bloody and revealed an endless killing intent. It was terrifying and shocking, and it was definitely rare to see. The almighties and desolate supremacies were like chives that were being harvested in a large scale, a trillion miles away. A large number of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void a trillion miles away gasped and exclaimed in horror. In an instant, it was like a tide that covered the sky and earth. It's too cruel. No wonder he is called the master of the magic hall. This kind of means is simply terrifying. The almighties and desolate supremacies are like chives that are being harvested in a large scale. Is his original body really a human? His original body is a ferocious beast, and one with a more savage and violent bloodline. I'm afraid that even he might not be able to be so bloody. This kind of means is simply like that of a demon god. This violent ape cannot be provoked. Just like us, we all have existences from extremely powerful forbidden lands or star domains behind us, leaving behind our own bloodline descendants. Even though we can flee if we are no match for it, the powers behind us will suffer a calamity. They will be affected by the disaster, all of them killed. His temperament is too ruthless. He clearly has subordinates under him, and he also has a forbidden land of the magic hall under his name. Yet, he still wantonly kills and doesn't care at all. After this battle, the name of the master of the magic hall will probably spread throughout the entire left bank. Who would dare to easily make an enemy out of him again? This is an existence that will immediately kill people as if they are cutting grass. Roar! Following these exclamations, Yi Xian also raised his head and roared. The huge three-headed and six-armed figure instantly collapsed into a hanging sea of blood, and then quickly condensed. In less than half a breath, the entire sea of blood condensed into a weak blood light. Blood with a flash, a violent ape walked out. It was about 10 feet tall, but the cultivation aura in its body remained extremely powerful. It was at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th order perfection realm. It had an unparalleled bearing as it looked down at the void. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. 500 billion kilometers away, there were figures lurking in the darkness. They were all heavenly Tao realm experts from the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant stellar domain. There were more than 100 of them. Dang! However, the number of heavenly Tao realm beasts and remnant star domain experts in the entire left bank's right bank was far more than that. The ones that had arrived were just a tiny portion of them. Upon sensing the warning and ferocious gaze from the violent ape, the heavenly Dao beasts and remnant star domain experts lurking in the darkness of the distant void immediately fell silent. The exclamations came to a halt as they kept silent out of fear. Among them, there were a few peak heavenly Dao realm experts at the ninth order perfection realm, but they were not as strong as the three-legged golden crow. Now, even the three-legged golden crow had been heavily injured by the violent ape in a short period of time. It had fled in a sorry state like a stray dog. Again, coupled with the violent ape's brutal and bloody methods that resembled a massacre, the image of a demonic killing god had already been invisibly established. It was difficult to erase it. Even the few peak heavenly Dao experts lurking in the shadows did not dare easily reveal any ill intent to prevent misunderstandings and calamities. This was the effect that Yi Xian wanted. Outside the human realm's impression of him had always been that of an iron-blooded killer. He was extremely ruthless and would kill at the slightest disagreement. But in fact, Yi Xian was definitely not a person with a murderous nature. Such an image was deliberately established by him. On the one hand, he did need to hunt beasts to refine their blood essence. On the other hand, it was because he was easily bullied for being kind. Instead, he had a bad reputation. The more ferocious he was, the less people would typically dare offend him. Yi Xian was not afraid of himself, but the crux of the matter was that the magic hall's forbidden land had appeared. He had to do his best to make his name known. Only then would no one easily provoke him. Retracting his gaze, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. He stepped into it and soon disappeared into the distance. The heavenly Dao beasts and experts of the left bank who had gathered in the void far away from the Golden Crow's forbidden land also dispersed one after another. They were originally worried that Yi Xian would rush into the Golden Crow's forbidden land and start a massacre. But in the end, that was not the case, which made them feel slightly relieved. This was also the result of Yi Xian's deliberate actions. He could be iron-blooded and ruthless, but there had to be a reason. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. No, in that case, if he wantonly killed for no reason and destroyed a forbidden land, he would definitely incur the wrath of the people on the left bank. At that time, it would not be good. Until at this point, his revenge could be considered to have come to an end. Of the 33 heavenly Dao beasts who participated in the encirclement, except for the three-legged golden crow, the primeval heaven's eye, and the ghost realm forbidden land's nightmare 3, the rest were all killed. This was equally shocking. After the news spread on the left bank, no one would be able to shake Yi Xian's fierce reputation. As for the three-legged golden crow and the other two old guys, they were now hiding in the parallel void and would not come out for the time being. But there was no hurry. There would be a time to settle the score in the future. The matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian did not intend to return to the forbidden land of the magic hall on the right bank immediately, because the refining of the level 31 primordial pill was imminent. Now, the first thing he had to do was to implement the perfect pill formula of the primordial pill. He had started the derivation of the pill formula, and now he handed it over to the devouring system in his body. He poured all his computing power into the derivation all the time. But the level 31 primordial pill was not a trivial matter. According to Yi Xian's estimation, in addition to the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst, other elements must be added. Yes. He had no clue about this, but not long ago, he was enlightened. At that time, Yi Xian found some information related to this from the remnant soul of the dark jade star python in the red refining forbidden land. In the countless years ago, there was an amazing expert on the left bank of the Milky Way who made a bold attempt. He managed to collect some Heavenly Way original liquid and started to study it based on the secret refining method of the survivors of the remote antiquity. His efforts were not in vain. This expert finally found something and said that he could use 9 kinds of Heavenly Way original liquids to refine a kind of treasure liquid called the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid. Heavenly, after consuming the 9 Great Tao Treasured Elixir, it would be beneficial to the primordial chaos Great Tao realm cultivator who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. The remnant star domain that this remnant expert had been in back then was the Chaos Lac star domain, which was known as the strongest star domain in the right section. In the past, in order to get more Heavenly Way original liquids. The mysterious expert who refined the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquids said that whether it was the remnant experts or the ferocious star beasts, as long as they could bring 9 different kinds of Heavenly Way original liquids, he could refine the Heavenly Way Great Tao treasure liquid, but he would take half of the refined liquid as a reward. This was something that happened millions of years ago. Some peak Heavenly Way original liquids obtained more or less of the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid from him, then left and went into seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos realm. It was the same for this mysterious ancient expert, but he was even more careful when he left. There was no news of him overnight, and no one knew where he had gone. It was said that even in the remnant star field where he was, no one knew where he was. Since this person left, the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid had been lost on the left bank of the Milky Way. Over the past millions of years, although there were countless remnant experts who were good at refining flesh and blood medicine, no one was able to refine it. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian had to personally go to the remnant star area where he was to verify it and see if he could find some information left behind. This remnant star area called Flood Tower happened to be in the right bank of the left bank of the Milky Way. It was known as the strongest star area in the right bank of the Milky Way. Even the Golden Crow Forbidden Land where the 3-legged Golden Crow lived was slightly inferior to this remnant star area. On the left bank of the Milky Way, since there were ferocious beasts and Forbidden Land rankings, there would naturally be remnant and star area rankings. The ferocious beasts and remnant rankings reflected individual strength. The Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts were all Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank, while the Heavenly Tao remnant rankings were all primordial remnants. The Forbidden Lands and Starfield rankings showed the overall strength of the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands were the ominous beast Forbidden Lands of the left bank, while the Starfield rankings were all the remnant Starfields. For example, the 3-legged Golden Crow was ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts list. The Golden Crow Forbidden Land where he lived was also ranked 10th on the left bank's Forbidden Land list. As for the Flood Tower Forbidden Land, it was ranked 10th on the star area rankings, just like the Golden Crow Forbidden Land on the left bank's Forbidden Land list. But, the strongest remnant expert in the Flood Tower Forbidden Land was not able to enter the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao remnant rankings on the left bank. In the Flood Tower Forbidden Land, there were more than 30 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. This number exceeded the 20 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. This among the 30-odd remnant Heavenly Tao, the one with the strongest cultivation level was naturally the peak Heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, but 2 of them. This one of them was called Hong Tao, and the other was called Hong Jiang. Although the 2 of them did not enter the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Tao remnant rankings, their rankings were not weak either. They had already entered the top 20. The Flood Tower Starfield that Hong Tao and Hong Jiang ruled was located on the right bank of the left bank. From ever since the first set of 5 elements medicinal catalyst was collected, Yi Xian had already begun stirring up trouble in the left bank's right bank. By now, his ferocious name had shaken all the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands in the right bank. However, other than the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands, Yi Xian had never come into contact with any remnant star area in the left bank's right bank. This time, when he launched his revenge operation, he had nearly raided the entire right bank's right bank. Even when he encountered remnant star areas along the way, he did not enter them. Previously, when he was in seclusion to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm in the boundless darkness zone in front of the right bank, he had encountered a 7th stage Heavenly Tao remnant expert who had been blinded by Lard and wanted to kill him to steal his treasures. At the very most, after Yi Xian transcended the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, he activated the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline ability in his body and directly used the 9th transformation. His combat strength instantly soared to the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. In a fit of anger, he attacked the 7th stage remnant expert. Heart in his great shock, the 7th stage remnant expert knew that he was bound to die, but he was unwilling to accept it. Therefore, he injected most of his strength into his intrinsic magic treasure. Then, using the force of his body's explosion, he tore open the void and took the opportunity to send his intrinsic magic treasure into it. The purpose of this action was clearly to send a message. Furthermore, this intrinsic magic treasure could not exist for long. His soul had already perished, and the intrinsic magic treasure was connected to it. It was only forcefully holding on. At most, it would explode and turn to dust in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After this person died, Yi Xian had also tried to track down the intrinsic magic treasure he had sent. Although he failed to find it, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. This, in his opinion, it was nothing more than a transmission treasure. Since it was a remnant expert of the heavenly Tao, this person must have come from a powerful star domain ruled by the remnant experts of the primordial era. Yi Xian had gone to forbidden lands with fierce beasts, so the remnant experts of the star domain had no interest in getting involved. Thus, therefore, even if this transmission treasure reached the destination, it would not have much of an impact on him. Furthermore, his cultivation realm had already entered the heavenly Tao realm. After activating the 9 transformations devil-ape bloodline ability and using the 9th transformation, he was already considered one of the best among the peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. What was there to fear? This matter had long been thrown to the back of Yi Xian's mind. He did not even remember it now. However, things in the world were always so coincidental. Yi Xian would never have thought that the 7th stage remnant expert he had killed back then happened to be one of the 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone. Furthermore, this person's status in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone was not low. This was because the 2 peak heavenly Tao overseeing the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone, namely Hong Tao and Hong Jiang, happened to be the elder brother of this 7th stage remnant expert. Hong, the Chaos Tower star domain was extremely vast. There were more than 30 remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the entire star domain, making its status extremely high in the entire left bank and right bank. Even the Golden Crow Forbidden Zone overseen by the 3-legged Golden Crow did not dare to provoke it. But of course, it was impossible for all 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao to be in the star domain. Remnant experts were different from fierce beasts. Remnant experts needed to refine all kinds of treasured medicines for their cultivation. They needed to collect flesh and blood as well as all kinds of natural treasures. Although there was an area in the Chaos Tower star domain specially left some abandoned stars to rear fierce beasts, the treasured medicines refined by heavenly Tao realm experts were no trivial matter. Ordinary fierce beast materials could not satisfy their needs, let alone continuous consumption over the years. So therefore, a third of the 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone, which was about a dozen people, would roam outside, hunting powerful fierce beasts to collect flesh and blood as well as searching for all kinds of natural treasures in the endless primordial dark void. So when one batch returned, the next batch immediately left. Among the 20-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao, there would occasionally be some who would enter the parallel void for seclusion to cultivate or refine treasured medicines. So therefore, in the Chaos Tower star domain, there were usually only about a dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Tao overseeing the star domain. At this moment, on a huge planet deep in the Chaos Tower star domain, the dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Tao overseeing the star domain were gathered in a palace hall on the peak of a huge mountain. However, the expressions on their faces were not good. They were gloomy and gloomy. Among them, Hong Jiang, one of the 2 peak heavenly Tao experts, was the most gloomy. His face was so black that it could drip water. Chaos Tower star domain. On a huge planet deep in the star domain, in a palace hall on the peak of a huge mountain, more than a dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Tao gathered together. However, their expressions were not good. They were gloomy and gloomy. Among them, Hong Jiang, one of the 2 peak heavenly Tao experts, was the most gloomy. His face was so black that it could drip water. His cheeks twitched slightly from time to time, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light, revealing a trace of anger and killing intent that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Hong Jianghong was the older brother of the 7th Order remnant expert who had been killed by Yi Xian. Not long ago, he had obtained information from the life-bound magic treasure that the 7th Order remnant expert had self-destructed. Including the image and aura of Yi Xian, who was in the state of a violent ape, he had locked onto the murderer of his brother. However, Hong Jiang suspected that the violent ape that appeared in the life-bound magic treasure was the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. However, he could not be sure. And just a day ago, the two remnant experts of the Heavenly Tao who had gone to the Golden Crow Forbidden Ground to watch the battle returned. They brought back the image of the battle between Yi Xian and the three-legged Golden Crow. One after seeing it, Hong Jiang instantly confirmed his guess. Too, the violent ape in the image was identical. Even its aura was the same. Without a doubt, the murderer of his brother, Hong Fei, was the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. Although Hong Jiang knew his brother's temperament very well, he could roughly guess that he must have encountered the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, while undergoing his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. He must have mistaken him for an ordinary ferocious beast that had just entered the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, he had the thought of killing him to steal his treasures and collect the ferocious beast's flesh and blood. That was why he took the initiative to provoke him. However, this was not important. In the cosmos, the strong were revered. When faced with such an opportunity, even he would not turn around and leave. He would most likely take action. From this point of view, Hong Fei's death at the hands of Yi Xian was due to his inferior skills. There was nothing to be resentful about. However, as Hong Fei's elder brother and a peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the 9th stage, he was not weaker than Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. As such, if he did not take revenge for his brother, it would be inexcusable. More if it was serious, it was very likely that this matter would affect his Tao heart, causing him to completely lose the opportunity to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in the future. Hong Jiang was not the only one who knew this. Hong Tao and the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao were also well aware of this. The primordial chaos forbidden ground only had 2 peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Any one of them had the opportunity to break through again and enter the primordial chaos Tao realm. If Hong Jiang's Tao heart was damaged because of this matter, completely losing the possibility of a breakthrough, this was definitely something they did not wish to see. To the entire primordial chaos star region, it was a huge loss. Moreover, Hong Fei wasn't just Hong Jiang's younger brother. He was also one of the more than 30 heavenly Tao experts in the Chaos Lac Galaxy. Judging others by their own standards, if such a thing happened to him and the Chaos Lac Galaxy didn't avenge him, how sullen would it be? Therefore, even though this matter had nothing to do with them, Hong Tao and the other heavenly Tao experts in the primordial chaos star region still attached great importance to this matter. Right now, the remnant experts of the heavenly Tao who happened to be in the primordial chaos star region gathered together to discuss this matter. Not only does this concern fellow Daoist Hong Jiang's Tao heart and the opportunity to enter the primordial chaos Tao realm in the future, but it also concerns the face and reputation of our primordial chaos star region. The remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the hall looked around. Hong Tao, who had the strongest cultivation, was the first to express his opinion. Halfway through his sentence, his expression sank. After a short pause, he nodded and continued, "No matter what, our primordial chaos star region is ranked 10th among all the remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on the left bank. In addition, the primordial chaos star region's 9 heavenly Tao treasured pills that were refined by ancestor Hong Ke was famous on both sides of the Milky Way. Even after millions of years, our primordial chaos star region is like a holy land among the remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on both sides of the Milky Way. Even the 9 remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on the left bank whose overall strength is ranked higher than our primordial chaos star region are respected. It can be said that as the heavenly Tao experts of our primordial chaos star region, everyone present is an existence that is revered wherever you go. After all, Hong Fei is one of the heavenly Tao experts of our primordial chaos star region. Now that he has fallen at the hands of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, this matter has not spread yet. If news of this spreads and our primordial chaos star region does nothing about it, we will definitely be criticized. How can we face others when we travel the 2 sides of the Milky Way in the future?" Hearing these words, Hong Jiang's gloomy expression eased slightly. However, he still did not speak. His brows were tightly knitted together as if he was thinking about something. His dozen or so remnant experts of the heavenly Tao also voiced their agreement. They whispered to each other in 2s and 3s, and their expressions were quite excited and indignant. Revenge will naturally be avenged, but this matter, there is no need to be in a hurry. Hong Tao and the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao had all expressed their opinions. Hong Jiang was shrewd and astute, so he naturally knew how to respond. He could not be too hasty on this matter. That would be bad. The more humble and patient they were and the more they considered the overall situation of the star region, the more miraculous it would be to facilitate this matter. Yes, therefore, after his expression eased, he turned to look at everyone in the hall. He suppressed his anger and said, however, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is extremely ferocious. Even the three-legged golden crow, who is ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, was not his match. In a short time, it was seriously injured by him and fled. Although the overall strength of my Chaos Lac Star region is stronger than the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, whether it is this old man or fellow Daoist Hong Tao, although we are both peak heavenly Tao masters of the 9th stage, in terms of individual strength, we are slightly inferior to the three-legged Golden Crow. Although this grudge must be avenged, the master of the magic hall is not to be trifled with. Therefore, revenge cannot be done rashly. Otherwise, if it causes a huge loss to my Chaos Lac Star region, this old man will definitely feel uneasy. It is better to think about it at length and come up with a foolproof plan. In fact, this was exactly what the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the hall were thinking, including Hong Tao. Only yes, it was inconvenient for them to say such words. Otherwise, if they caused Hong Jiang to misunderstand, it would be bad. Such as now that they saw Hong Jiang being so righteous and taking the initiative to express that they could not be impulsive in this matter, and that they had to endure first and slowly think about it, everyone's hearts immediately relaxed. Their hearts that were hanging in their throats settled down, and they hurriedly agreed. Among them, Hong Tao's smile was the brightest. His heart was originally beating like a drum. After all, he was the person in charge of the Chaos Lac Star region. If he really wanted to make a move against the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he would be the one to bear the brunt of it. Now that this matter could be temporarily put aside, it was naturally for the best. Swish, at this moment, a ray of light shot in from outside the hall. A remnant of the heavenly Tao in the hall reached out and received it. After inspecting it, his expression changed and he was stunned for a moment. Only then did he look at Hong Tao with a strange expression and say hesitantly, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to visit. Huh? One hearing this, Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually took the initiative to come knocking on his door. How am I supposed to break this? Chapter 51:31. Swish, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot into the hall. One of the survivors of the heavenly Tao reached out and received it. After checking it, his expression changed. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Hong Tao with a strange expression and said hesitantly, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to visit. One hearing this, Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually took the initiative to come here. What should I do? Not only him, but the other survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall were also the same. All of them had their mouths wide open and their faces were filled with surprise and shock. No one expected that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would actually take the initiative to come to visit at such a time. The entire hall fell into a complete silence, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel depressed, especially Hong Jiang. After being slightly stunned, his expression instantly turned ashen. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his fists subconsciously clenched tightly. He hadn't even gone to look for him, but this guy actually took the initiative to come to him. This was simply too much. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was about to explode, and he had a strong urge to explode on the spot, putting aside the time when he was on the right bank. At least after arriving on the left bank, this person has only been tormenting himself in the vicious beast forbidden grounds and has never come into contact with any survivors of the star field. After frowning and muttering to himself for a moment, Hong Tao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He turned to look at everyone in the hall, paused for a moment, and then continued, so, he has no way of knowing Hong Fei's identity and background. From this point of view, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, should not be here to provoke us. Indeed, hearing this, the survivor of the heavenly Tao who had just raised his hand to receive the light of the transmission took over the conversation and said, The desolate sovereign who welcomed him from outside the star field said that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came here today because he had long heard of the name of the ancestor of the Hong Kei, so that's how it is. He is coveting the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir. Hong Tao was stunned for a moment, and then a look of realization appeared on his face. His eyes instantly burst out with a bright light. It is said that this person has already refined the heavenly Dao elixir. This time, he used the name of revenge to wreak havoc in the right bank of the vicious beast forbidden grounds and collected a few types of heavenly Dao elixir. From this point of view, the heavenly Dao elixir of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, to use the heavenly Dao elixir of the heavenly Dao elixir of the heavenly Dao elixir, after being reminded by him, the dozen or so survivors of the heavenly Dao in the hall seemed to have been enlightened. They all came to a realization. After whispering a few words to each other in groups of 2s and 3s, someone immediately expressed his position. Between his words and expressions, there was clearly a hint of excitement and greed. If that's the case, then this is an excellent opportunity. Exactly. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, didn't know that fellow Daoist Hong Fei was from our Chaos Lac Star region. This time, he came here with the excuse of looking forward to meeting ancestor Chaos Lac Star region. He would absolutely not expect that we would make a move against him, although he has the bloodline of the devil ape and can be considered as a ferocious beast. His true body is a human. It is said that this person's natural talent and attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extremely monstrous and shocking. He can even refine the heavenly Tao elixir, and this is the proof. Now that he is unguarded and has taken the initiative to enter our Chaos Lac Star region, we can take advantage of this opportunity to set up an ambush and keep him here. In this way, on the one hand, we can avenge fellow Daoist Hong Fei and wash away the humiliation of our Chaos Lac Star region. On the other hand, we can force out all the knowledge in the Tao of alchemy that he possesses. Or we can directly search his soul after suppressing him. What's more, he has the heaven-falling bow, the farmer god's cauldron, the 9-colored flame sea, the blood sea secret technique, and a heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by an entire level without a time limit. This is definitely doable. At this point, all the survivors of the heavenly Dao in the hall were extremely excited, and Hong Jiang was even more so. The expression on his face revealed a ferocious expression, and he was eager to give it a try. In fact, Hong Tao, as the master of the star domain, was also interested in this, and it was not just an ordinary interest. However, he had to consider the overall situation, so he had to carefully calculate the success rate of this matter. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately frowned and fell into contemplation. His mind spun rapidly as he fully activated his powerful divine sense to ponder and deduce with all his strength. The people in the hall did not urge him. All of them suppressed the excitement in their hearts as their eyes shone brightly. Their gazes converged on Hong Tao as they quietly waited for the results of his deduction. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is still in the dark. In addition, in order to explore the secret refining method of the 9 heavens great Tao elixir, he took the initiative to visit our Hong Kei star domain as a gesture of goodwill. He will definitely not be wary of us. This kind of opportunity will not appear again in the future. After a while, Hong Tao's deduction seemed to have come to a conclusion. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he continued, although his combat strength is astonishing, and even if this old man and all of you join forces, we may not be able to completely suppress him. However, if we use Patriarch Hong Kei's abode to set up the Cosmos Furnace formation, and we have a dozen or so Tao of Heaven experts controlling the formation as the core of the formation, we have a 70% chance of suppressing him. Hua. 1. The entire hall was in an uproar as the survivors of the heavenly Tao became excited. All of them were extremely excited as they immediately spoke. If that's the case, then what are we hesitating for? This kind of heaven-sent opportunity will not appear again in the future. Let's just leave the master of the magic hall here today. Calculating the time, he should have rushed here immediately after leaving the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. During this time, he did not come in contact with anyone else. In other words, no one outside knows that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to Hong Kei star domain. If that's the case, once we suppress him, the heaven-falling bow, Farmer God's treasure cauldron, nine-colored flames sea, blood sea secret technique, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can raise one's cultivation by an entire realm will all belong to Hong K star domain. We don't even have to worry about anyone secretly coveting it. The Great Universal Furnace formation is no small matter. With more than 10 Heavenly Dao experts guarding it, including 2 peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Dao experts, we will definitely be able to suppress him. The area where Ancestor Hong K's cavern star is located has always been like a holy land in Hong K star domain. Normally, no one is allowed to enter that area. It is indeed the best place to set up the Great Universal Furnace formation. Furthermore, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came here for the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. It's normal for us to take advantage of the situation and lure him into Ancestor Hong K's cavern star. We will definitely not arouse his suspicion. If that's the case, the 70% success rate is still a little conservative. With such a high probability of success, this is a feasible plan. Since we've decided, this old man will first lead a few fellow Daoists to set up the formation. It just so happens that this old man's heart is burning with hatred, so it's inconvenient for me to meet him. After all, the divine senses of a Heavenly Dao expert are very sharp. We can't let our guard down. After finishing his last sentence, Hong Jiang did not stay any longer. He immediately stood up and led the 4 Heavenly Dao survivors away in a hurry. K-star domain. Stare in the outer realm's void. Yi Xian was standing with his hands behind his back. At that moment, he did not appear in his ape form. Instead, he had returned to his original human appearance. In front of him were 7 survivors, desolate supremacies. All of them bowed slightly with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were extremely respectful. Dang! However, amidst the respect, there was a slight tremor. Clearly, they were extremely nervous and fearful. Such as today, Yi Xian was already infamous in the right half of the left bank. Even typical Heavenly Dao realm experts would not dare to breathe loudly in front of him, much less desolate supremacy. However, Yi Xian now had the appearance of a human. He looked extremely young and handsome. Furthermore, he had a kind smile on his face. However, he had been through a lot of killing. He had already fused it into his aura. Furthermore, he had the dignified bearing of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It imperceptibly transformed into a suppressive might that emanated. Even desolate supremacy would not be able to straighten his back in front of him. This time, Yi Xian had come for the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. Although there were rumors in the outside world that even the ancient survivor named Hong K had not left behind the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir in the Chaos K-star domain, it was impossible for him to do so. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, even if there was no complete refinement method, there should be some manuscripts left behind in the Chaos K-star domain. Yes. To him, these things were enough. From them, he could see Hong K's train of thought and inspiration. Just this alone was enough for Yi Xian to use as a reference. Since Yi Xian naturally would not be rude since he was here for the exchange of alchemy. When he arrived, he even sent a greeting card. Furthermore, he had no interest in killing the survivors. Therefore, as Hong Tao and company had guessed, Yi Xian did not have any wariness in coming to the Chaos K-star domain this time. He had never expected that the Heavenly Dao survivors in the Chaos K-star domain would take the initiative to target him despite his infamous reputation and the fact that he had just severely injured the 10th-ranked three-legged golden crow on the left bank's Heavenly Dao beast list in such a short period of time. Soon, more than 10 figures shot over from the star domain in front of him. They were all survivors, and the cultivation auras emanating from their bodies were all at the Heavenly Dao realm. Hongjiang was not here. He had already led 4 survivors of the Heavenly Dao to the depths of the Chaos K-star domain to set up the Qingquan furnace array. At this moment, the leader of the dozen or so survivors of the Heavenly Dao that were shooting over from the star field in front of them was actually Hong Tao. Everyone quickly arrived nearby and abruptly stopped 300 meters in front of Yi Xian. 10 the remaining survivors of the Heavenly Dao all had smiles on their faces. They were obviously very hospitable. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist. Yi Xian's arrival immediately brightens the entire Chaos K-star domain. It's really a blessing. Before Yi Xian could speak, Hong Tao took the initiative to cup his fists and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Yi, you have just defeated the three-legged golden crow and suddenly visited my Chaos K-star domain. This is indeed unexpected, but I am overjoyed, fellow Daoist. Although you have the bloodline of the devil ape, your original body is of the human race. Speaking of which, we survivors of the primordial era actually have the bloodline of the human race, so we are not considered outsiders. In the battle not long ago, fellow Daoist Yi killed everyone and made the three-legged golden crow, which is ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast list, flee in defeat. It was really satisfying and made all of us survivors feel extremely excited. Fellow Daoist, you have such a cultivation and power at such a young age. It really makes this old man very happy. There are many talents in our human race, and fellow Daoist Ye's talent is unparalleled among them. You are really a celestial." Although these words were a little mushy, they pointed out his position and did not arouse suspicion. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to get close to Yi Xian and build a relationship with him. In this way, Yi Xian would obviously be even less vigilant. This old man Hong Tao's shrewdness was really not ordinary. He deliberately did this in order to numb Yi Xian as much as possible. In fact, Yi Xian did not have any suspicions because he could not think of any reason why the survivors of the Heavenly Dao and the Chaos Lac Star Field would want to deal with him. There was no reason at all. Of course, part of the reason was obviously that Yi Xian was too confident. Now, even his own cultivation had stepped into the Heavenly Dao realm. Under the state of the Devil Ape's 9th transformation, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary peak of the Heavenly Dao, but one of the best even among the peak Heavenly Dao. In addition, he had the Shinong Cauldron, which could protect him in any danger. He even had the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. Even if he was not a match, he could at least escape in an instant. All of this was enough to make him extremely confident in himself. Now that he had come to the remnant star field and had politely paid a visit, his vigilance naturally dropped to the lowest point. Very quickly, the two sides exchanged greetings for a while. Under Hong Tao's warm invitation, Yi Xian was accompanied by a dozen or so other survivors of the Heavenly Dao from the Hong K starfield. They arrived at the Hong K hall that they had just discussed. "Fellow Daoist Yi, I've heard that your attainments in the Dao of medicine are extraordinary and that you have even refined a Heavenly Dao treasure." Even this old man is amazed by this. "This time, it's rare for you to be invited to my Chaos Lac Star Field as a guest, so you can't just leave casually. You must stay for a few more days." This old man is itching to learn more about the Dao of medicine with fellow Daoist. After the host sat down, Hong Tao's face was full of smiles. He took the initiative to mention this matter and earnestly asked Yi Xian to stay for a few more days so that they could exchange their Dao of medicine. This old man, in order to numb Yi Xian and eliminate the vigilance in his heart, this old man had really spared no effort. What he said was also reasonable. Not to mention that Yi Xian didn't have any vigilance in the first place. Even if he did, after hearing these words, he was afraid that his vigilance would dissipate. Just by listening to the meaning of Hong Tao's words, Yi Xian knew that this was exactly what he wanted. He originally came here to inquire about the refining method of the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid or to gain some experience. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, there was naturally no reason to refuse. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately agreed with a smile, then changed the topic, cupping his hands and saying, "Fellow Daoist Hong Tao, to be honest, this hall has indeed refined the Heavenly Dao treasure liquid, but this medicine is useful to the subordinates of this hall, but it is meaningless to this hall. However, the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid refined by Senior Hong K has an extraordinary effect on the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm, the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm, and the primordial chaos realm after breaking through to the Heavenly Dao realm. This is truly amazing. In terms of Dao of medicine and talent, although this hall is not inferior to others, compared to Senior Hong K, I'm afraid that this hall is still inferior. I've come to visit you in the Chaos K Starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Quebec. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 Heavenly Great Dao Elixir, or any other information about it? If you do, I hope that fellow Daoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly." I've come to visit you in the Chaos K Starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Quebec. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, or any other information about it. As he spoke, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said to Hong Tao, "If you do, I hope that fellow Daoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly." As expected. When he saw Yi Xian mention the refining manuscripts of the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid without saying much, Hong Tao was delighted in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Pretending to be slightly surprised, he exchanged glances with the other survivors of the Heavens Tao in the hall, and then he frowned and fell into deep thought. This kind of reserve was naturally an act. Otherwise, if he immediately agreed to this matter, it would probably draw the suspicion of Yi Xian in an instant. Buy the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid was really no small matter. Not to mention the Chaos Lac Star Field, even in the entire left bank, it was absolutely a supreme treasure that could cause a mighty uproar. To tell you the truth, this old man has roughly guessed fellow Daoist Ye's intentions and purpose for coming to visit this time. After a long time, Hong Tao sighed. After pondering for a short moment, Hong Tao finally spoke, and a wisp of a helpless expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and sighed before he continued. Since Ancestor Hong K left, the secret technique to refine the 9 Grand Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens was lost. If I calculate the time, it has already been 1,000,000 years, and it's truly a great regret. There has always been a rumor in the outside world that Ancestor Hong K's manuscripts are definitely kept in my Chaos Lac Star Field. Actually, fellow Daoist Yi is absolutely not the first person to come to my Chaos Lac Star Field in these past few years and want to take a look at Ancestor's manuscripts. This old man has long since become accustomed to such requests. Not to mention that if the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid can reappear on the left bank, then not only would it be a fortunate thing for all the fellow Daoists on the left bank, the benefits my Chaos Lac Star Field would obtain would obviously be even greater. So, this old man naturally has no reason to refuse this matter. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head once more while the bitter smile on his face grew deeper. However, to be honest, this old man doesn't hold much hope for fellow Daoist Ye's purpose of coming here today. Because even if the manuscripts really do exist in Ancestor Hong K's abode, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain them. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his interest was piqued. Ancestor Hong K's cave abode is located on the Chaos K planet, which is located on the left side of the Chaos K starfield. After Ancestor Hong K left 1,000,000 years ago, the Chaos K starfield listed that place as a holy land. It's not just the Chaos Lac Star, the other stars around it have been empty all these years. No one from the Chaos Lac Star field has settled there. The other stars around it are fine as they only have a few top-grade spirit herbs growing there. The higher-ups of my Chaos Lac Star would occasionally go there to harvest them for refinement. However, very few people have set foot on the Chaos Lac Star where Ancestor Hong K's abode is located. Even this old man has only been there a few times. These red lotuses are actually the karmic red lotus fire. Which cultivator like us hasn't killed before? Once one comes into contact with this karmic red lotus fire, all of the bad karma accumulated throughout one's life will instantly be ignited, transforming into karmic red lotus fire that burns one's body and soul. It's impossible to predict, and it's extremely dangerous. The reason why the karmic red lotus fire occasionally appears on the surface of the Chaos Lac Star is because Ancestor Hong K's abode is located within the core of the star. Truth be told, Ancestor Hong K's abode within the core of the star is merely an entrance that connects to a parallel space. That parallel space is where Ancestor Hong K's abode truly resides. If Ancestor Hong K really did leave behind the refinement notes for the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir, then it must be in that parallel space. However, I can't enter that place. Back then, there was a fellow Daoist who was skilled in the Tao of fire manipulation. His cultivation was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao, and because he was very confident, I persuaded him to enter that parallel space. However, as soon as he entered, the soul lamp he left outside extinguished, and he died on the spot. I'm sure I don't need to explain how terrifying the karmic red lotus fire is, but I don't know why Ancestor Hong K isn't afraid of it. However, there's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that when Ancestor Hong Ke refined the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, he used the karmic red lotus fire. It could even be said that it was necessary. Therefore, in the ancient records of the Chaos Lac Star Field, there's an unproven and unverifiable ancient saying. This ancient saying clearly states that the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Ancestor Hong Ke left behind in that parallel space is indeed the manuscript. However, only those who don't fear the karmic red lotus fire, or those who can refine such a terrifying flame, can obtain it. The reason for this is because the refinement of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir requires the karmic red lotus fire. Otherwise, even if one obtains the manuscript, they won't be able to refine the karmic red lotus fire if they can't tame it. That's probably why Ancestor Hong Ke left the manuscript in the parallel space enveloped by the karmic red lotus fire instead of bringing it out and keeping it with the higher-ups of the Chaos Lac Star Field. I see. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood. Although the sudden news of the red lotus karmic fire had indeed shocked him, at the same time, Yi Xian was secretly delighted. Because from what Hong Tao said just now, although the parallel void connected to Hong Ke's star core was extremely dangerous, if there were no accidents, Hong Ke's manuscript for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was very likely to be left there. Since that was the case, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't miss it. Although the karmic red lotus fire was indeed mysterious and terrifying, once it came into contact with it, it could unknowingly ignite the evil karma accumulated in one's life, turning it into a karmic fire that could burn one's body and soul. However, Yi Xian's Shenong treasured cauldron contained the Shenong 9-colored flame, so he might not necessarily be afraid of the karmic red lotus fire. He might even have the opportunity to devour the karmic red lotus fire and refine it. However, this was only a guess and he didn't have the slightest confidence. He would only know after he tried. After all, the karmic red lotus fire was too extraordinary and too mysterious. It was even more powerful than the so-called world-extinguishing black flames. Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with it before, so he couldn't accurately determine its strength. It seems that fellow Daoist Yi has made up his mind. Yi Xian insisted on exploring Hong Ke's star core cave dwelling. Hong Tao frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "That's fine too. Fellow Daoist Yi's cultivation is astonishing, and more importantly, you have the Shenong 9-colored flame. Perhaps you can find a way to resist the karmic red lotus fire. The refinement method of the 9 heavens great Tao elixir is no small matter. The elixir has been lost on the left bank for millions of years. If it can reappear in fellow Daoist Yi's hands this time, it will be a very good thing for my Hong Ke starfield. In that case, this old man will wish fellow Daoist a triumphant return here. However, fellow Daoist, you must not force yourself. If you enter that parallel void and find that you can't do anything, you must remember to immediately turn around and return. Where there's life, there's hope. In any case, Ancestor Hong Ke's cave dwelling is right there. It won't run away. If there's really no other way, we can come up with another plan." In the end, Hong Tao stood up and cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. He reminded him in detail with a face full of concern. The other survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall also stood up and nodded when they heard what he said. It had to be said that this group of fellows were indeed old foxes who had lived for a long time. Not only Hong Tao, but the other dozen or so people were also extremely shrewd. They didn't reveal the slightest flaw. They were practically possessed by drama queens. That was right. Even Yi Xian couldn't see any clues. When he saw how righteous Hong Tao and the others were and how concerned they were with him and reminded him not to act rashly and to prioritize his own safety, he even felt a little touched and felt a little touched. Whoosh. 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out. After everything was agreed upon, the group no longer hesitated. Under Hong Tao and the others' lead, Yi Xian followed behind the survivors of the heavenly Tao and rushed out of the planet where Hong Ke Palace was located. They rushed towards the left bank in the depths of the Chaos K Galaxy. The Chaos K Galaxy was extremely vast. Even though they were traveling quickly in the galaxy, the group of heavenly Tao experts still took half a day to reach the region where Hong Ke's cave dwelling was located. In the dark void in front of them, there were nearly 100 abandoned planets lying in the void. Some were near, and some were far. In the center was a huge planet. If there were no accidents, this huge planet should be where Hong Kei's cave dwelling was located. Hong Tao and the others did not continue forward. They stopped 10 billion kilometers away from the circle of nearly 100 planets. Turn around. Turning around to look at Yi Xian, Hong Tao raised his hand and pointed forward. He said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, this area is the sacred land of the Chaos K galaxy. The biggest planet in the middle is Ancestor Hong Kei's cave dwelling. The entrance to the passage parallel to the void is within the core of the planet. Fellow Daoist, you must be careful. Red Lotus karmic fire will appear on the surface of that planet from time to time. It's impossible to guard against it. Therefore, if there's no need, we will not set foot in it. If fellow Daoist wants to explore the interior of the planet, it's best that you activate your defensive measures before you land on the surface of the planet. This is to prevent you from being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the karmic fire." As soon as his voice fell, an imperceptible low buzzing sound came from the void in front of them. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound and saw that in the center of this star circle 10 billion kilometers away, on the right side of the surface of the largest giant star, a red light flashed quietly. It was an ocean formed by red flames. Every wave in the ocean was in the shape of a red lotus that was about 3 meters in size. It looked incomparably enchanting, and it even emitted a creepy and mysterious aura. No, it didn't matter. The red light that was like an ocean flashed and disappeared like a flash in the pan. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the left side of the planet as if it had entered the depths of the earth. Hong Tao did not say anything else. After retracting his gaze, he looked at Yi Xian and shook his head with a bitter smile. The meaning behind his words was no different from saying, "See, I was right, wasn't I? Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. If I really can't do it, I will immediately retreat." Yi Xian was also a little frightened. His expression was solemn. As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Hong Tao and the others and did not say anything else. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance. "Great Elder, this kid. Could it be that he really took out the other half of Ancestor Hong Kei's refining manuscript?" When Yi Xian's figure appeared in the distance, the smiles on the faces of Hong Tao and the others instantly disappeared. Their expressions all became extremely gloomy, revealing a malicious intent. One of them immediately spoke out with a hesitant expression on his face. He turned to look at Hong Tao and paused for a moment before continuing. "Back then, when Ancestor Hong Kei left, he left behind instructions for the secret refinement method of the 9 great Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens. If one gathered the refinement manuscripts he left behind, they would be able to obtain. But because refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir required the red lotus karmic fire, Ancestor Hong Kei split the manuscript into 2. One half of the manuscript was left in the parallel space enveloped by the red lotus karmic fire. He said that he would wait for fate. As for the other half of the manuscript, the reason why he gave it to our Chaos Lac star field was to ensure that the fated person who could subdue the red lotus karmic fire would be able to form a good relationship with our Chaos Lac star field. In the future, when he refines the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, at least our Chaos Lac star field would be able to share a share. After all, the other half of the manuscript was provided by us. But now, we are about to attack the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Clearly, we will form a grudge. If he really does obtain the other half of the manuscript in the parallel space, then Ancestor Hong Kei's arrangements will be completely meaningless. With the temperament and style of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, I'm afraid that he will not be able to bury the hatchet with our Chaos Lac star field." These words made sense. Hong Tao and the others frowned when they heard this and fell into deep thought. The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was indeed no small matter. If the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, could really subdue the red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, then after he obtained the other half of the manuscript, the Chaos Lac star field would only need to provide the other half of the manuscript. This supreme elixir that had been lost for millions of years on the left bank would be reborn, but if they really activated the universal furnace array, they would most likely miss out on this opportunity. What a joke! Just as Hong Tao was hesitating, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the void. Hong Jiang walked out with a gloomy face. He first glanced at the heavenly Dao survivor who had just spoken, then his gaze landed on Hong Tao. How can the red lotus karmic fire be so easily subdued by a random person? Although this child has the 9-colored flame C, that is only because he obtained the Shenong cauldron. If we really talk about the Tao of fire control, can he be more proficient than that 8th level survivor? That's true, Hong Tao nodded and seemed to have made a final decision. He turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the heavenly Tao. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he waved his hand. If that's the case, then there is no need to hesitate. There is no time to lose. This child's methods are extraordinary. I'm afraid that the situation will change if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and activate the Universal Furnace Array. M.